Good morning, everybody. It's my great pleasure to welcome you today to this very important event for Circle U. It's our 7th national conference, but also a particular one because we are finishing our pilot phase. We have been celebrating already yesterday all what we achieved, but it's also a time to look ahead of us. So this conference is entitled Creating Now, the University of the Future. 4 or 5 years ago, many universities started a very exciting journey. It was launched by, how can I say, a challenge that we wanted to raise, a challenge that was given to us from the European Commission to transform higher education and research. Many of us took up that challenge. After the pilot phase, now is the question also to ask, what is it that we have achieved, in fact? What are the lessons learned? And what is the potential for the future? So these are some of the broad questions that we will address today. We're so lucky to have a great diversity of panelists, speakers today, but also a diverse and wide audience, not only here at the Palais des Académies in Brussels, but also online. So some people are following us online at the moment. And this will certainly bring interesting ideas for us today. Now, European University Alliances have been endorsed at the highest governance levels, at the EU level, at the national, regional level, and also at the university level. So this introductory session is also to hear some words from those important stakeholders. Since a few weeks, we have a new commissioner in charge of higher education and research at the EU level. Commissioner Iliana Ivanova was not able to be here today with us, but she makes us the pleasure to send some words through a video recording, and I'll leave the floor to her.
Dear Rector Blondel, dear Minister Berthiaud, esteemed members of Europe's higher education community, it is my great pleasure to greet you at the 7th Circle U National Conference. Today's event marks the consolidation of your alliance as a fully fledged member of our European universities community. It is a recognition of everything you have achieved together during Circle U's pilot phase, from the establishment of your challenge framework, which brings together the knowledge of students and university hospitals, to the creation of knowledge hubs where university communities convert expertise into solutions for pressing social challenges. Circle U's work is an excellent example of the European university's ambition and impact. Together, as 50 alliances gathering 430 institutions, you are reshaping Europe's higher education landscape. The transnational alliances you have formed go beyond geographical and academic boundaries and work together to revolutionize the quality and competitiveness of European higher education. I am delighted that just this month we reached our next milestone, having opened the 2024 European Universities Call. In the summer of next year, our community will achieve its goal of building 60 alliances, gathering a total of 500 institutions. To take stock of the European University's impact, next year the Commission will present a report detailing the Alliance's achievements. This assessment will provide a solid evidence base for funding after 2027. And on this note, I'm delighted that we have already made great progress in securing funding. Under the 2023 call, we increased Alliance's individual allocations to up to 14.4 million euros for 4 years. And we have already started to develop an investment pathway which will offer a more comprehensive approach to funding for 2028 and beyond. In the shorter term, I look forward to progressing our work towards a joint European degree, a European quality assurance and recognition system, and promoting sustainable and attractive academic careers. These actions will further empower the alliances to redraw the map of European higher education. Together, we will build the universities of tomorrow. I have no doubt that Circle U will be central to these efforts. I wish you all a fruitful discussion at today's event.
I think we talk very often about European alliances to be about co-construction. We think of it of co-construction between academics, staff, also with students, but it's also important to think that it was also related to co-construction with governance levels. Now, we have, of course, the help of EU governance, which is crucial. Some of us have also support from our national and regional governance. Our Minister for Higher Education and Research could unfortunately not be with us today, but I would like to thank her and also her predecessor, Valérie Glatini, who have been from the very beginning of the start in support of European alliances at the level of the Wallonia-Brussels Federation, and this has been really crucial for us. So support from EU level, from the national and regional level, but also from the university levels. At the very beginning of the alliances, there was a drive also from the highest level of the university to participate in this adventure. And it is my pleasure now to introduce our president of Circle U, who is also rector from UC Louvain, Vincent Blondel, alongside Sven Stolen, who's rector for the University of Oslo. 5 years ago, he and Sven were together to try and to build the first steps of what we know now as Circle U. So I would like to thank very much Vincent Blondel to be here with us today, and he will share with us some thoughts about how he sees this initiative evolving. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction, Dana, and I should say that indeed, if I was there, I was not the only one, and Dana was there too, right, when we launched all this. So it's a real pleasure, and welcome to Brussels, of course, for those of you who traveled to Brussels today or yesterday, to see all these friends of Circle U. I see people from the Guild, people from UNICA, people from the European Parliament, from the EUA, from Coimbra, and also for a number of other alliances, not only Circle U, but also UNA, Europa, Civis, Utopia, UNIS. So welcome to all of you, and I hope you'll enjoy the program that was set up for this day today. So President Macron's speech at the Sorbonne in 2017 started it all. It brought in the light the concept of European universities, and I was just discussing this with our keynote speaker of this morning. It was so surprising to see that after this speech at Sorbonne, you had all these universities starting really to not to merge, but to come together with the intention of putting together these European alliances, probably by interest and also perhaps a little bit by fear of being left over if they were not joining any of the alliances. So it instantly sparked enthusiasm across university in Europe. There was a feeling that something big could happen in the higher education landscape, and as many have described it, it's probably that the Erasmus program was one of the big contribution of Europe over the last 30 years. European university could be the next one. And so we were not sure of what exactly could be achieved, but many, including the 9 Circle U University, knew that this was an opportunity not to be missed. And that's what brings us here today. So Circle U started officially 5 years ago with a memorandum of understanding that we signed in Vienna in October 2018. At that time, Vienna was not already part of Circle U, but we were in Vienna. And I remember the discussion we had there. Dana was there, Sven Stolen was the first president of Circle U, and we're going to have a General Assembly of Circle U in Oslo starting from tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. It will be an opportunity to remember that time. And at that time, we didn't even have a name. I explained yesterday, but you were not all present, that we had a long evening discussion of what name should this alliance be given. And we discussed the possibility of giving it to the names of galaxies, of a constellation of stars, and then geometric figures, all sorts of alma. We wanted alma mater to have in the name, and we discussed all sorts of things. And it took another year before eventually, I think it was the management board that was sort of a little tired of all this discussion. And I was once with Dana, and Dana told me, well, we've chosen the name. So it was not to the rectors and the president to choose the name. They chosen the name, and they chosen Circle U. And their argument was that if you look at the European map and you look at where the universities are located, they form a circle, which I dubbed greatly, because if you look at map and where the universities are, it doesn't really look like a circle. But nevertheless, it's a good name, and it makes a nice logo. It's a very nice logo. So now, at that time, it was only 6 universities that signed the Memorandum of Understanding. Today, it represents 9 universities, 500,000 students, 500,000 students, 65 staff members. And so looking it back, it's really impressive what has been achieved. And this, of course, is true for other alliances. So alliances have accelerated much needed adaptation to tackle societal challenges. And I'd like to list a number of points here, 3 points. First, they've brought new ways of bringing together students across Europe and have them work together. It's not just having one more Erasmus student in a classroom, but it's offering a real intercultural collaborative learning experience for students. In the complex, globalized world we live in, it's more than ever essential, of course, to see the world through the eyes of others to build together our future. And so, indeed, European universities are not another Erasmus scheme where we send students not exactly knowing what type of lectures they're going to have, what course they'll be confronted with. And of course, we know designing things much more together within a European university. Second, alliances have also brought new ways of bringing interdisciplinary at the heart of our teaching and research. Current to university organization, study program, research program are mainly organized around disciplines. There are very few universities that have really transformed this organization that is present in all universities with study programs, research groups, organized around disciplines. Why organizing it around discipline rather than organizing around challenges, such as climate, for example, or health? And too few of, not sufficiently often do we see medical students, students in physics and political science working together with researchers on a climate project. So we could think of organizing university, or at least alliance, but also university around not disciplines, but what they want to work on in these examples for climate project, for example. So this is the kind of unusual encounters between students from various and research from various areas that Alliance have enabled. And third, Alliance also give the potential to build sustainable and long-term connection between researchers at an unprecedented scale. Right, Circle U represents 40,000 academic and scientific staff. Imagine bringing 40,000 academic and scientific staff together, probably not in this room here, but 40,000 people working together. Imagine potential of bringing these staff together to tackle societal challenges. This is what the university should be contributing to for the future in society. So there'll be many examples of innovative initiatives that we presented and discussed today, and with the session we're going to have. Disruptive and transformative pilot initiatives like the one we see emerging from Alliance, they come at a cost. So some were quite innovative, they come at a cost, and some amount of energy to try to jump over hurdles. Many barriers appear along the way, and we had quite a few in Circle U. Some of these barriers can be removed by the university themselves, but not all of them. Other barriers need the support of external stakeholders. I was expecting the Minister of Higher Education to be present here, and this was a good opportunity to pass on certain messages, but I hear that there are some people from the European Commission in the room here as well, and some other people related to policymakers. So first, alliances, they need funding that is adapted to the new initiatives that arise. We need funding schemes that are flexible to the evolutive nature of the initiative created within the alliances. So we need some, and there'll be evolution if you think of the alliance we had 5 years ago in the MOU, and then 2 years later as a first project, and now as the new project that we're starting now. There have been evolutions, and so the funding needs to be flexible to adapt to that. We invent new forms of mobility, new ways of doing research, which are not always eligible to current funding schemes. So that's the first point. Another one is that Alliance needs to support the support of national and regional policymakers to adapt the legal framework. For example, for joint degrees. It's surprising how difficult still today it is to set up joint degrees between neighboring countries, between countries in Europe, or sometimes even within countries. So we need to have the legal framework adapted for joint degrees, for cross-border exchange of data, or for joint staff appointment, in order to cope with the unprecedented level of collaboration within the alliances. If you think of the intensity of the connection within the alliances, one example being the academic chairs that we have. We have quite a few of our academic chairs. How many chairs are there in total? Is it now 50 or? Almost 50. Can they raise their hands? Okay, can you see this? So, and they're dispersed over the room here, so it's about 30 hands raised. And so this is an illustration of this. It's not, of course, joint staff appointment, but what will happen in the future, we'll see. We have now many years to go, probably decades to go, and we'll see in the future whether we would go to a joint staff appointment, joint professor appointment. The academic chair today are supposed to spend 20% of their time, but perhaps in the future it could be 50%, and it could be 6 months on one side, 6 months on the other. So joint staff appointment is an example of where we need the support of national and regional policymakers to adapt the legal framework. For alliances to deliver the European vision about higher education, we really need continuous collaboration with many stakeholders. And this gives me the opportunity, of course, to thank all of you, all of those present today from other alliances, from other university associations, but also from the education and research sectors in Belgium and Europe. So thank you for the organization, to Dana and all the team and the management board for the wonderful organization of today. We have many wonderful years ahead. You are part of it. Thank you for your presence, and I hope you have fruitful discussions today. Thank you.
So to bring us food for thought now, and also an external point of view, thank you very much, Vincent Blondel, for giving us the insight. And we have here also the pleasure now to have some external stakeholders who can give us a critical eye of what's going on. And so it's my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker. Manja Klemenčič is Associate Senior Lecturer at Harvard University. She's specialized in sociology and politics of higher education. She won numerous excellence awards and prizes for her initiatives in terms of teaching and student engagement. You are also editor-in-chief of the European Journal of Higher Education. You co-edited numerous books and book series on higher education. And actually, at the moment, you are on sabbatical at the University of Ljubljana, just starting a research project on student agency in European University Alliance, so that's very topical for today. So we are really so pleased that you accepted to contribute today, and we look forward to your thoughts. The floor is yours.
Pleasure is really mine. This is actually my first Alliance event. I have researched alliances for quite a while. I study alliances also now through being involved with the monitoring framework on monitoring the impact of the alliances. So I do read much about your work, but I don't rarely meet you in person. So I'm really delighted to be here. Thank you for the gracious introduction. Thank you for inviting me to the Circle EU event. I was talking to Director Blondel before. Could you imagine 10 years ago that your university will be that deeply and then intensely involved, connected to another university? In fact, another 5 universities. He said he couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine it either. Because you, of course, are all very strong, self-standing universities with tradition, and yet you have come together to build together something greater, to collaborate on a much more intensive level that we have ever seen this before. And together you are pushing and transforming the entire higher education system. So I want to congratulate you and other alliances for this massive achievement and wish you all the best for the next step and the future, and also bon courage, because it's not going to be a difficult task as it hasn't been coming so to this point. What I want to do today is to focus on students, because at the end of the day, much of what we do and what we do for is about the students, right? And what we expect from our own work and what we expect from the alliances is that due to our work, due to the alliances, the learning outcomes for our students will be enhanced. Enhanced will be their professional opportunities, and we will help them as well better to develop as persons, right? As citizens of our societies, as neighbors in our communities, as future parents or taking care of their children, so as people as well. So this is really something that is expected, that there will be something better of what we have been doing so far. So I want to bring into this conversation discussion on student agency. I'll start with the definition so that we are all on the same page. I defined it as students having a capability to navigate and to influence, co-create their own learning pathways and also their learning opportunities. And I think that this particular student agency concept is particularly pertinent to the work of the alliances because of the opportunities you are creating that are out of the box, that are unusual, that are outside the usual patterns that we have gone through and those before us have followed within our own educational journeys. So I will focus, let's start where we are in the higher education research. I'm higher education researcher. You have among yourselves some of the higher education researchers as well. Liviu, that will be speaking in the keynote, is one of our community. Björn Stensaker from University of Oslo is one of our fellow colleagues in the higher education research community. So what we have for the decades now, the kind of a predominant theory helping us understand student outcomes has been Alexander Astin's theory of student involvement. He wrote it in 1984. Basically proposing that the student outcomes depend on the extent that students engage in the educationally purposeful activities. So this is how we came to all of the engagement surveys, because we believed, and research has shown, that the more students engage in educational purposeful activities, the more likely they are to succeed and maintain in the context of higher education. That is all well, but what we have not managed to measure sufficiently enough is the quality of that engagement. And I would like to argue to you that quality of engagement matters. And this is how I come to the concept of student agency. I'll start with a story, how I came to this, how I came to think about student agency back in 2015. I teach at Harvard, and I'm a devoted teacher. I'm known at Harvard for somebody who actually has mandatory office hours. So there's never a student enrolled in my course that I don't meet one-on-one in a 20 minutes office hours. And I maintain this in my small boutique seminars, capped at 15, and I maintain it with 100 plus lecture classes as just the same. And I initially did it very selfishly, because I thought I'll be a better teacher if I get to know my students on a one-on-one, so I have invited it in. But then I realized that those that came have behaved differently in my classes. They were more engaged, they were more committed, they do more in their work. We had a different connection, and they were not just nameless individuals. We had a certain bond, and we have almost like a pact, kind of a joint collective effort that they will do well in that courses. So I started doing this for everyone. And I came to realize that I do bring them in, but it really there is much difference. What do they get from my office hours, okay? Let me give you an example. And all Harvard students are high academically achieving, right? They are less than 4% of applicants are accepted to study in Harvard College in the undergraduate, so they are academically really top achievers. And they're also a very highly diverse group. Harvard gives more than 50% of students pay no tuition fees, nothing for accommodation, because they are on the financial assistance, full financial assistance. So we do get students from all variety of backgrounds. And I came to realize when they came to my office hours, some came really well prepared, and some were spiffy, spiffman spiffs. You know, that's how I joke about my own son. You know, some that's kind of aloof, not really knowing where they are going. And it didn't depend much on their socioeconomic background. A story. Give them names. My student Alex, billionaire family, known name, all the parents have been going, and extended family, foundations, and everything. He can't hide because it's that big name. Comes to my office hours, and I'm asking you, what kind of research you plan in my course? Usually we do research-based courses, so they can choose their topics. They have agency, right, to choose their topics. And it's not quite sure, would have preferred that I give the topic to him, and he just does what I say to him. And then I have James, first generation, family, difficult situation, parents not there, living with grandparents, low income, made it to Harvard, and comes to my course and said, Manja, I'm going to take all of your courses. I'm interested in higher education. I want to get you know very well, that you get me to know very well, so you can write me a really strong letters of recommendation when I go to different things. I have some plan for my topic. Do you think that will help me for my internship in the White House later on, et cetera, et cetera. So very, very agentic. Two different situations, so it didn't really matter. Of course, the first generation students usually do need a little bit extra, right? But it's not necessarily so. So I really came to realize that we have to think a little bit more about how students are able to self-regulate, how they make their own learning plans. Everything what we have in the higher education research already heard about, the capabilities for self-regulation, the forethought about learning plans, learning strategies, reflecting on and revising the execution, having self-awareness, self-understanding of who we are as learners, Bandura's self-efficacy, the importance of students actually believing that they can succeed in our classrooms. Orion's theory of self-determination, again, that having confidence in one's own competence, relating to others, having a certain sense of autonomy, those are all well-known theories. What we haven't really done yet is kind of bring them together into the overarching concept that would remind us that actually student agency and students' capabilities to navigate our environments and being able to influence their own learning, being in control of their own learning are important. So this is what I'm proposing now to you. And it's getting a ground in the policy as well. The OECD's Education Compass 2030 is all based on the student agency. So they take it as a fundamental principle around which they have developed their principles within the compass. They define it. I'll help myself here as students' capacity to set goals, reflect, and act responsibly to affect change. We see glimpses of it as well in the European Strategy for Universities, because European Strategy for Universities is also prompting you, higher education institutions, to create opportunities for students to be agents of change, of positive change within their own higher education institutions and society at large. They're also prompting universities to create flexible pathways for students to have variable or varied learning spaces and flexible partners, which all point to those opportunities for strengthening student agency. So this is kind of where we are now in the space, and the research is picking up as well. I'm no longer alone. Simon Marginson in Oxford has a group of postdocs and PhD students working on student agency towards self-formation, student agency among mobile students specifically, student agency in order to improve students' graduate opportunities and professional development. So there is a discussion on this already. Let me come to the European University Alliances and see how this concept is relevant to you, how it can be applied, and then hopefully have a discussion with you. I want to do the talk quite shortly so that, because I would love to hear your insights, especially as I'm embarking on the research on this topic as well. So I hope we can have a two-way conversation in this regard. So again, the baseline is clear, right? European University Alliances want to enhance learning outcomes, create more professional opportunities, help students develop as people, as neighbors, as citizens, and things like that. So let's see, how does that, how can student agency help in that? And how can we ensure that students have more agency in this context? I will start with what Rector Blondel talked about, creating this unusual, innovative educational opportunities, such as crossing the disciplinary boundaries, creating problem-based type of learning. All of that is a good part of reaching those objectives of better learning outcomes. But of course, it also depends if students are taking to that, right? So whether students are willing to take those opportunities. As a baseline, communicating to students the opportunities like you have, the courses available, the summer schools is one way of doing it, but it really, I think down the line will need more of kind of a one-on-one advising. The students will develop a sense of efficacy, that they can succeed in those opportunities that you provide for them, that they will be able to understand how those opportunities fit their own personal plans, professional and the learning plans, that they will have personal learning and professional plans in the first place, which not all of them do. And this is also, how can they have agency if they have not really have this developed self-understanding? Why am I here? Where do I want to go as I stepped into the university, right? So it's something, and I think they will soon be going to their new friend, ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, to help them decide this. So we have to be prepared for that as well, that they will be consulting their friend as a student. I actually tried it this morning just to see if I get anything on you, because on the Circle U, and it told me, my friend ChatGPT told me that that they're only updated until September 2021, and that Circle U is not yet found in their records as a valid university. It might be a nickname, they said, but didn't recognize it as a, so it's not yet perfect, but it's developing so fast. It's developing so fast that we will have to see how we can incorporate those tools, how we can develop them to our own devices, also for the purposes of advising students and helping them navigate the opportunities that we are providing them and develop their own learning pathways, because they will be using it. At the moment, At Harvard, we are developing training programs for every department on helping faculty, academics, to learn about generative artificial intelligence tools, to be able to see how we can incorporate them in our courses, to see how students are using them for the assignments that we are already giving to them. I honestly, in spring, when I was teaching my Gen Ed, my general education course on higher education, I had 3 essays as an assignment or a research paper. At that point, I could only tell them, please don't use it. But we have no means yet, no reliable means to check if they have used it and in what ways they have used it. And we need to rethink our assignments, and we need to help them understand the limitations of those tools and the potential of those tools. But we also have to do it, as I said before, for our own purposes, because they will be turning, ChatGPT is going to become their friend, and they will turn to it more than they will turn to us as faculty or their advisors in helping them navigate the spaces and plan their future educational journeys. So this is one thing. So one thing, communicating, informing, helping students navigate, and helping them as well develop their own learning plans and their own kind of professional plans within our alliances, and see how they can achieve that within our alliances. The other aspect that I wanted to highlight is, of course, is giving them autonomy. And this is going back to this creating flexible options within the education offer and co-curricular offer and extracurricular offer that we afford them, including the internships, including the service and work-based learning and everything else that will enhance their learning and that will give them that kind of a flexibility that they follow the motivations they have. Again, in my own courses, I make it research-based, and I do give them the option to find the topics they want to write about. I even make a step further in the Gen Ed course in spring. I left one module open, so the students voted democratically, like you, in a poll, poll everywhere. I said, this is what I chose for you as a foundational topics that we should talk about if you want to kind of build your expertise as a student of higher education and research in higher education. Let me give you a few topics I don't manage to cover. One was athletics, one was technology and artificial intelligence in higher education. I think we had few free speech, student organizations, student governance. They chose EdTech. They chose AI. They all were on it already, much before that we were. So this is the kind of a choice, right, that I'm speaking about. And then I said, I'll prepare for you, but you'll help me prepare the material so that we can cover it in class. But I give them also a choice to choose their research topics, and this is why they come to me, that we can do this together, and I scaffold it for them, right? I help them plan research topic, translate into research question, find the material or research methods, etc., etc. So we will have to kind of think more about this autonomy that we give students and the pathways that they will create for themselves, because that will build on their motivation, that will help them find their professional and learning plans or consolidate them or change them completely if they realize that it's not something that they have wanted to do. And as always, we will have to allow students to co-create the study programs, the universities as such through student participation in higher education and governance. I'm looking here at Tanguy from the European Students' Union, and that part is as important as ever, especially as the university alliances are becoming more complex, more ambitious. We need all hands on deck, the Americans would say, right? Anyone that can help us with more information to make better decisions, anyone. And we also need that involvement from everyone, because it builds the sense of ownership. And if you build a sense of ownership, it's you care more about it, right? This is my university. I co-created. This is my alliance. I have co-created it. I belong to this alliance. I identify myself with the alliance. I am a proud citizen of this alliance because I have a say. I have an agency in it. And this is something not to be just kind of neglected. It's really something that has to happen as well. I'm ending with the questions for you, because I want to have insights as well. So one question is very simple. How do you strengthen the agency, or how do you help your students navigate the opportunities within the Circle EU as part or extension of your usual work? But also, there is a more tricky question, and this is what my husband always reminds me. He says, "Yeah, you're so, you're so close to your students, and you facilitate." He said, "But what about my autonomy, right? What about my autonomy as academic? Where is the balance between giving students power to co-decide on the curriculum and my choices and my kind of framing?" So I would like to hear if you have this kind of, is there a dilemma there or not as well about balancing giving students power, strengthening agency and academics' autonomy? And the other one, the question that I have, and I'm not sure how much that's relevant in the European context, but in the US context, we do worry about students' consumerist orientations, kind of sense of entitlement, demanding certain services, maybe pushing for lowering standards sometimes. So it's a question, is there a conflict here between given agency, and how do we resolve that and not supporting consumerist orientation of students as part of higher education? And the final one, it's really kind of something that I'm thinking about much. I'm a mother of teenage children in high school, and I'm trying not to be a helicopter mother, deciding for my children, but I do get a lot of students who haven't been deciding for themselves, not to apply to Harvard, not for the concentration, not for the courses they are taking, because the parents have been hands-on and have kind of limited their agency. So is this a European issue as well? Again, I'm hoping not, because European students have always been much more independent. We don't do the, in loco parentis style of higher ed as the residential colleges and universities. But there might be something. Is Generation Z independent, agentic? Do we help them build resilience, perseverance, being in control of their choices? Or they're expecting to be coddled. So this is for you. I'll stop here so that we can have a little bit of a conversation, and 20 minutes, I promise. So I'm hoping for some conversation with you and your insights. Thank you.
Sharing your passion, that's for sure, and also giving us a framework about how we can think about student engagement, co-construction. And also, actually, usually we say the floor is yours for the question, but I think we reverse. We're in a flipped class scenario here because you already asked questions also to the audience. So we have time now to exchange, and the audience, so if you want to ask some questions, you can just raise your hand on the sides. We have people that help with the microphones. So the floor is now open to discussion, whether you have questions to Manja or whether you want already to give some elements of answers to her questions. So I don't know if someone wants to start the floor.
Hi, Manja. Thank you very much. Bjørn Stensaker, Vice Rector, University of Oslo. Thanks for your thoughts and insightful comments on some of the classics of what is driving student motivation and engagements. I think it's important that we remember that. But at the same time, the examples you gave are also from Harvard. And Harvard is one special higher education institution. If we look, also other places in the US, and if we look to Europe as well, you could see that although you also gave examples of two different students coming from two different backgrounds, they are still full-time students at Harvard. What we see today is that the student group is much more diverse. So students are not only studying full-time, they are studying part-time. They are not only in higher education, they have different kind of life projects going on simultaneously. And that creates a challenge also when it comes to design and how to, engage students, how to come to your office and to really be able to meet them and to actually get to know them. So may I challenge you back? You challenge us, and I would, of course, return the favor by asking, okay, how would you go about to cater for this diversity of student characteristics that we see today?
Björn, this is an excellent question. Thank you for pausing and challenging me back. Of course, the biggest problem for Harvard students is how to navigate with so many resources, because it is over-resourced university, and in many ways students are coddled because they have 5 advisors and abundant. It's the embarrassment of riches that they have to deal with more than lack of resources. So the description that you're giving me of students that are navigating their work and probably lesser resources, lack of advising, figuring things out themselves is a very real issue in the majority of higher education institutions, right, in the world, because this is what we are dealing with, under-resourced universities and students that are working whilst studying and have to juggle this. I would say on the one hand, the working students are better at knowing what they really want, why they are there, and what they want to get from higher education. So their kind of personal plans are clear. Where they juggle with is figuring out is how they can get to those plans and what would be best kind of an educational pathway for them to help them within the limits that they have in impositions on their time and family and all other obligations to make that. So I think that advising here will be crucial, and building them that sense of efficacy that they can succeed. So basically working with them to create their personal pathways that are feasible given the restraints that they have with the working and the family conditions. Again, down the line, I think artificial intelligence might be helping this, but I think it will never be able to replace, the one-to-one, a person who actually shows a care for every student that has made a brave decision to struggle despite the work, despite the family education, to make something of themselves, to invest in their future by going into higher education. So I would say student support services are such a crucial part. I hope that you are thinking about it within the Circle EU as well, for all of them, and really make them accessible so that students know that they can come and they don't need to have a $1 million question to come, but that you will help them figure out their pathways. So I wouldn't neglect it. If there is place to put money in, I would say this kind of advising and student support services to help them figure out what's the pathway, but also to kind of remind ourselves as faculty members that people come from very different life situations and that they're juggling with a lot of things. And the part of the flexibility that we have created within our courses as well is the accommodations if needed. I give them, even to my coddled students, I give usually 5 extension days, no questions asked. This is my kind of credit. No questions asked. If you need it, reading responses that are due every day or assignment that is due on a particular day, you can give me 2 days after the deadline, because life happens. And I don't need to be, I don't need people to be fabricating stories and things like that. Life happens, you have those days. After that, it's a different issue. I do need doctors and all of those accommodations. So accommodations are helpful in this regard, but same for everyone, and transparent, and showing people, and then really scaffolding, showing people, every faculty member, very clear, what does it take to succeed in this course. No hidden curricular, no expectation that people can read through the syllabi and through the expected learning outcomes and assignment, but really making it very plain, so plain that my child in the high school would understand what is taken for it. Because we can't take it for granted that people understand. Maybe they have come back from different situations. So it does take extra preparation. Advising on the career path, reassuring that they can do that, reminding the faculty members that accommodation should be in place for people who are struggling through other life circumstances, and care for scaffolding, explaining what is expected for each of them to succeed in this course so that they can believe that they can make it. That's where I would kind of put this back. I hope I'm giving too long answers, so give me some questions.
It's very interesting how you also frame and give some concrete ideas about the environment that we should create around the students to foster student agency. But how would you push it further in terms of European alliances? There's a big aspect of intercultural encounter, a big step in the unknown, because you get to know your own university, but then if suddenly your higher European Alliance university is 9 different universities, how do you navigate in that? Do you have some further thoughts on the aspects specifically?
This is also a very good question. I always have argued that students that are mobile students kind of activate agency by the nature of becoming mobile students, because they are in situation that they have to come into the new space and navigate and kind of purposefully think about what I'm going to be doing there, rather than just following the pathways that usually happens when you start as a first year, you know, in your university. But again, having those info points, if you want it, that will help them to understand that what it takes and what is possible and where and what and all that. It's crucial because of the complexity of the educational opportunities that you will be providing. So it's really key in that. But mobile students, they will be the ones that can help you build alliances, because they will be going to other places and they can come back and say, you know, they do think something maybe differently. So they can be part of your partners in the transformations as well. And they can be your feedback in telling what works and what doesn't work and what was confusing. And because they will talk among themselves, was it worthwhile to take that joint course in the Alliance, which was a waste of time? Are the professors serious about it, or is it just kind of a window dressing, you know, that we are doing something, but the outcomes are not? Is it lowering the standards just to get all of those, you know, intercultural experiences or not? So they will be honest about that, and I would take them as those that can give that feedback if what we're doing is actually something that they find meaningful. Because if they don't find it meaningful, they will not engage in the way that we want them. They will not give their best time and effort to the activities. And then our pursuits and our efforts are not worldwide either, right? Our investment of time has not been well spent. So that would be something. I'm a little bit critical here, you know, because we know about presenting the results and that they look good. We know, and Americans are so good about it, you know. They can really, they know the PR, my goodness, you know, from nothing. It's all... and we don't know that so well. So, you know, in the Europeans, we really need to learn how to present, how to sell what we do, but not just, you know, to the outsiders, to the funders, but especially to the people, our people, so that they will believe in it, our students, our faculty, our administrative staff, that they will be on board and they will be willing to do it, right? So we need this kind of internal PR, public relations, to advocate for the work of the alliances.
Sure, there are other reactions also to, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for this very inspiring speech. Victoria Nagy from Université Paris-Cité, educational researcher specializing in student-led education. So really thank you, really resonates it with me. And to answer a little bit your question, I tend to find that that student-led education, student agency, is very much dependent on our students and our academics being prepared for the redefinition of the student-teacher relationship.
Exactly.
And for that, we need training the trainers programs that sort of help them to overcome that sort of destabilizing feeling of losing control or having too much control. You mentioned your husband, that's exactly that.
Yeah.
That's exactly that kind of reflection. And then what's my role now if I don't have anything to explain, et cetera, et cetera. So I would throw the ball back to you and ask, is there at Harvard a kind of a teacher training program that prepares academics for that new role? And the second thing I would say is that this kind of student-centered or student-led education, funnily enough, requires more human resources, more time on the teacher's part, right? So not only do they need to be prepared for that, but the political infrastructure needs to validate that choice and support it. So how do you get there? Right?
Brilliant questions. I could not agree more with my fellow educational researcher here. It's a hard work, right? It is easier, isn't it, to just come here with the pre-prepared notes and deliver them to you, and you passively then kind of prompt you to engage in the conversation with me and kind of be prepared for unexpected. It takes much more to facilitate this kind of a classroom than just to lecture. And while I don't want to undermine the validity of lecture as still legitimate teaching method, it works. Especially in the foundational courses, you have to explain certain things, and you can do that through the lecture. But you cannot do that for 45 minutes straight or 2 hours straight, God forbid. You have to create spaces for interactive learning that will wake them up, that will actually activate learning, right? That will prompt the students to do something in the groups with what you have just told them and try to apply it, or that will be in the Socratic conversation. This is what my husband does religiously. Socratic conversation with the students that will kind of energize the group about thinking. But it does require work, and it does require rethinking your well-rehearsed lecture notes from the past courses, which will be the easiest to pull up when the October here comes, and just go with what you have done before, right? It does require, at Harvard we have Box Center for Teaching and Learning, and I hope that Alliances will have some unit, Center for Teaching and Learning, that will be offering workshops to help teachers, lecturers that are not alone, left to their own devices, to move that and to validate that, right? To validate those that are actually rethinking and innovating in their pedagogical approaches in order to be able to activate student learning and thus come to stronger, higher level learning outcomes from what it is. And again, ChatGPT and artificial intelligence will be prompting us to rethink our assignments, because we cannot just do the way that we have done, not for everything. And that's another kind of impulse. COVID at Harvard has helped. You know how difficult it is to get professors to get a training in teaching and learning. How do you, on earth, you can't push, you can't force them mostly, although you should be forcing those that are starting the position that they go through it. They're not just kind of jumping it. But you can't force people who are already in position to do that. It's very difficult. What happened at Harvard is COVID and shifting to Zoom teaching has brought the majority of faculty into Box Center Teaching and Learning training sessions. They have never had that much audience. So they haven't just thought about how to teach in Zoom, they have piled in everything what they have always hoped that teachers at Harvard, faculty at Harvard will be thinking about for the purposes of rethinking their teaching method and making it more engaging and more attuned with the changing student audience, because student audience is also not the same as it was. Digitally short attention spans, it's a just different population as well. So I would say definitely unit, some kind of a center, and I know Bjorn is doing this, they have done the teaching learning, so I'm sure you have something. Just somebody that will be workshopping your teaching staff, that will maybe even offer some kind of support that people can do pedagogic innovation, that will offer validation to those, public validation to those that are actually making effort and are innovating in their approaches, are trying to give this kind of a more autonomy, that are courageous to kind of let the control or lose a bit of a control over the classroom. So this is admiring effort, and that's the way of doing it. So in our case, some are doing it, some are not yet, but I think the population is forcing us, the students, the changing student expectations are forcing us to rethink it if we want to get a good course evaluations, because that's what we always get, the feedback, right?
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a student. I so really fully find your speech so inspiring. I'm part of the Civis Alliance and the student council there. So we have 11 universities, and so lots of different examples. And although I'm doing a master's degree here at the ULB in Brussels, I did my BA in Canada at Western, and so I can really appreciate both sides of the Atlantic, especially when it comes to funding, to budgets. So I see a big difference between the quality of even the infrastructure in my Canadian university and the contact we had with professors who were more I wouldn't say more engaged, but who had this kind of approach, which here I don't find as much. And I wonder, how can we bridge this gap when, for example, for my BA, I was paying $10,000 a year, and here I'm paying, 867 euros a year. And so this already creates a structural difference, which is so sometimes seems very insurmountable, especially with things like human resources. And I feel like our professors don't have as much flexibility as they would want with us. And so how would you resolve this? Because there's just a structural difference which is can't be understated.
Right. This is a great question. How should I answer this? Because I do, I'm aware that there are certain, there are well-resourced universities that charge the fees and the students are paying, and you have to make, there is a part of our academic culture that we make time for students. I have no time. I wouldn't be, if I wasn't on sabbatical, there's no way I would be here today with you, because I can't leave, because I'm so engaged. I'm meeting students continuously. I'm preparing for courses. I'm giving them feedback on their assignments. I'm 100% with them. But this is not to say that this is not that this kind of a helping students build agency and have agency is not possible in our European universities. Because what it takes is, first of all, what our colleague was talking about here is it takes professors to rethink how they teach, right? It starts in the classroom, and it starts helping students to see that they have agency and be willing to exercise it, to make choices on the topics, to give feedback on the material, to engage in conversations, to do the projects and all of that, despite being busy and all that, but that they're willing to put that effort. So this is one thing. But for the professors, I would say you shouldn't be paying them more to make time to see students. It is really just a question of whether this is part of your university culture, that this is something that the professors do. Is this part of your, hidden curriculum or informal curriculum that professors know that they have office hours, and the students know that those office hours are a real thing. You don't go only with problems, and you don't go only if you have a Nobel Prize-winning question, right? That is not this equation, but that you can go just to kind of discuss what you do in this course, plan your course, or just to get to know each other. So that this is something, and this should be something expected of the faculty members, that they have that kind of attitude towards their students. I also see a lot of potential in peer-to-peer advising. It shouldn't be just a burden on the faculty to all of this, but you have former students who have taken the courses that can act as peer advisor and help students to figure out what are the different pathways. We have teaching fellows, PhD students, so I'm not teaching the 100 courses. I'm not alone. I have my team of PhD students who are teaching fellows who do the sections in smaller classes, so they can get to know them students. And I share the burden, or share the opportunity, if you like it, of getting to know the students and supporting them more on the kind of one-on-one basis. But advising will be needed, and this is where the human resources part comes in, so that helping everyone, especially those that Bjorn talked about, that are working, that are not from the traditional backgrounds, that are trying to figure out how on earth am I going to make it between the family, between the work, and getting my degree, that they are helped to figure it out, and that they are not alone in that journey, and that they don't give up, right? Because they are the most likely to give up. So it's a question of kind of expectations. If your faculty members' teaching is valued enough, is validated enough, that they are willing to put the time that it takes, and it takes a lot of time to do it well, and that they are willing to put in this office hours and really, really invite people to come to office hours. Not to say I have office hours, Tuesday 2 to 4, but saying, come to me, because I want to get to know you, I want to help you, and you don't need to be scared, and you don't need to be very prepared. Just come so that we can discuss what will you do in the course, because I promise you that if you do come to me, you will do better in your course, because you will find your ground in my course. It's that what it takes. So it doesn't take that much, It does take the conversation and kind of having the mindset among the faculty that is our role if we want to teach that. If we have the privilege, and it is a privilege, to be teaching in higher education And having students for the entire 14 weeks, 2 times for 3, it's a privilege, and we should take it as a privilege, right? And give them all we have.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I think we can continue the conversation over the day, because we still have some time. So thank you again to Manja Klemenčič.
Thank you.
So the discussion will continue. A little short refreshment. We reconvene here at 11:35 sharp for the discussion panel. Thank you all for your participation, and see you in a couple of minutes. Coffee and refreshments are on the first floor. I invite you to take your seat. Thank you all. I invite you to take your seat. We are going to pursue our program. So it's my pleasure now to introduce our first discussion panel, which will be on alliances fostering changemakers, and I will present to you the moderator of this session, who is Christelle Vasselet. Christelle Vasselet is head of the international office at UC Louvain, but before that she has been very active in many European university associations, and she accepted, and I'm delighted that she did, to moderate this panel, and so I leave the floor to her. Thank you, Christelle.
I love technology. There is a code in front of me and I don't have it. I think we have a small issue with my iPad. In any case, that leaves us just 1 minute for everyone to sit down. And so we are here for the first session dealing with our alliances and changemakers. For anyone who wanted to go to the humor and literature workshop, it's upstairs. We are going to talk about something different for the coming hour and a half. Super, thank you so much. So first, we are going to have a quick look at some of the examples that have been happening in Circle U in this first phase, this first pilot phase. Obviously, today is not about giving you a catalog of everything that was achieved. I mean, it would make no sense. But what we wanted to showcase was the ability of some of the activities to indeed create change within our institutions, and most importantly, to involve as many stakeholders as possible, students first, but also other partners that we have. One important thing before I leave the floor to Amélie Jacquemin, our first presenter, is that we are going to use WooClap, which is actually the QR code that you see on this PowerPoint. So WooClap is a way for us to connect all your questions. Also, we have people online, so it's a great way for us to make sure that people online can also ask questions as well as you in the room. So please do not hesitate to use it. It's the best way for us to really gather all your questions. It could be a question to our panelists or a question to our presenter if you wish to do so. So that's the technical aspect sorted. I'm going now to introduce Amélie Jacquemin. Amélie is a professor at the London School of Management at UC Louvain. Sorry, what did I say? Oh, okay. That starts well, mixing institutions. That's what happens when you start dealing with 9 universities, is that suddenly people are just going around. So no, Amélie Jacquemin, I see her very often. She's indeed on our campus in Louvain-la-Neuve, and she's a Louvain School of Management professor. She's also, and most importantly for that example, a Circle U academic chair, dealing with student-led sustainable innovation. So, Amélie, the floor is yours.
So good morning. So I would like to tell you a story. 2 years ago, a group of 7 people worked together, so they discovered together on sustainable innovation and entrepreneurship. In fact, very rapidly, they met each other in Belgium, at UC Louvain, and then in Belgrade, and they discovered how different their fields of expertise and backgrounds were. In fact, they decided to turn this diversity into a strength for future Circle U activities. They worked hard for a year to develop the very first course offering around sustainable innovation and entrepreneurship, co-constructed and co-taught by 7 professors. They call it the Sustainable Changemakers program. So, and now, yes, on that slide, you can see the different competencies that are needed in our society to solve sustainability problems. And the pictures, the faces, this is us. This is our group. So each of us was able to feed the course with his or her specific knowledge and skills. And here, you see the logo. It's also the course design, I would say. So first, the students attended webinars for 7 weeks. And second, in fact, in multidisciplinary and international teams, they work online for 3 weeks to put together a mini project around one or several SDGs. Third, we all met at UC Louvain, again, in Belgium, very welcoming country, Belgium. And they presented their project in front of a jury, and they attended also some workshop. So during one of these workshops, they were asked to reflect on their journey and to make a kind of testimonial video, I would say. So sometimes, you know, a video, it's better than words. So now, let's have a look at one of those videos.
Hi, I'm Matei from Germany.
I'm Isabella from Denmark.
I'm Lisa from London.
I'm Selenia from Belgium.
I'm Alexandra from Belgrade.
I'm Ziqi from China. And we are Circular Herons!
Do you want to try a Belgian waffle?
And save the world at the same time.
The reason why I'm here, actually at the university we don't have opportunity to meet each other from other countries, other universities and other person, and we are here to have a real practical experience on sustainability.
So during this course we had a lot of different webinars over 10 weeks with different professors, and it was really good to get insight into different ways that we can tackle sustainability with all these different types of knowledge. For me, I study nanoscience, so it was really good to learn about business modeling and try something entirely new.
So one of the things we have in common with all of the group members in our team is that we are all certified foodies. We are serious about food. And food waste is actually one of the most targeted UN goals.
That's why we decided to tackle food waste. With our group, we've been meeting every week, learning from each other's fields of studies and knowledge to create this program, including everyone's abilities.
We are in Louvain-la-Neuve today and for 3 days with all the girls and all the people involved in this program. So we are here to pitch our business idea in front of a jury made of professor we already met during the program and invited people expert in the field of sustainability. And how can you define your experience in one word?
Insightful.
Innovation.
Exciting.
Challenging.
Eye-opening.
If you like challenges and solving problems, don't be shy. Join us next year.
So the second edition of this course is currently taking place. So I think that we are now in a scale-up phase with this first initiative. So we have also been working on female entrepreneurship. As highlighted by the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor reports, in our countries, on average, it's a quite stable trend. Only 30% of entrepreneurs are women. So actually in our countries, the women are quite well educated, but at the same time, they feel less competent than their male counterparts to start a business. They have a higher fear of failure, and they also report feeling an imposter syndrome. So it is paramount to build a community and to work on this self-efficacy issue. So this is why we decided to launch a female founders network with the very first event that took place a few months ago in Paris that we call the Female Founders Retreat. And now let's have a look at a very nice after movie of this event. Thank you.
It is a well-known fact that women encounter gender-specific challenges when choosing the path of becoming an innovator. To mitigate this issue, students exchanged ideas with researchers from the female entrepreneurship field who explained current scientific data. Students met inspiring female role models, women with leadership experience, successful founders of startups, women in science, and academia who shared their experiences.
I always knew that I wanted to be a scientist and a researcher, but I don't know why exactly, but I knew, so I just go there 100% and follow the path that I choose, and despite everything, what people told me or not. And now I'm just take a step forward and be proud of what I accomplished.
For me, one of the key takeaways from this Female Founders Retreat in Paris would be student empowerment. As someone who thinks a lot about the future of higher education, I often tell myself that we need to learn how to empower our students, and that will come through opening them up to Europe, the European space, and allowing them to think about their future roles in European society as European citizens, changemakers, stakeholders in society. And that can only come through us educators, allowing them to acquire the necessary skills to do so, the necessary entrepreneurial skills.
Really the idea to be able to scale up at the European level when you have an idea. And if you can leverage on experiences of your peers.
What are the facets of female entrepreneurship and also the challenges?
Skill-building workshops allowed students to reflect on their strengths, to build self-confidence and leadership skills.
From my perspective, I would say networking is a very big skill that will get you very far.
When it comes to Female Founders Retreat, it's really big. As we mentioned, two very important things, collaboration and diversity. It's really very important to hear each other, to learn from each other, and to empower all these girls.
A meeting and questions and answers with our non-academic partners from Station F, the biggest European startup hub, was organized to discuss their programs for young entrepreneurs.
I don't always like to use the word pitch, but simply just practice presenting your idea. Also, sometimes we have students or researchers that are a bit afraid of presenting their idea because they don't want to give away too much, but then practice telling something without giving the essential technology away.
Building on the results of the first day, it was time to officially create our European-wide student-led Female Founders Network. Students brainstormed about their common values, their action plan, and created a Female Founders Manifesto.
And the second take-home message would be the importance of collaboration, mutual support, and diversity. This Female Founders Retreat was organized in Paris, but actually it was put together by a team of students, academics, and non-academic stakeholders who all have very different disciplinary and cultural backgrounds. And I believe that the future of a more collaborative, more innovative Europe hinges on our capacity to use our diversity as a source of inspiration and creativity, all the while respecting our mutual differences.
It is the founding document of a network that will serve as the cornerstone aiming to strengthen the innovative spirit within our institutions.
For now, I can say that I've learned a lot and I've met wonderful women, very passionate about what they are doing. So I'm grateful for this opportunity.
We are women innovators creating the future face of Europe.
Please just be authentic, be yourself.
Challenges maybe, but amazing challenges.
Go forward and don't be stopped by anything else.
Initiative, for sure.
Thank you, guys. We'll send you the live broadcast.
Thank you, Amélie, as well as everyone else involved. There are a few in these rooms. The second example we wanted to discuss today will be presented by Marnik van Klooster. Marnik is a professor of bioengineering at UC Louvain and is also the head of our Circle U Knowledge Hub on climate. And a last point that is important is the head of the Earth and Life Research Center at Louvain as well. Marnik, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm coming from UCL, which is not University College of London, but University College of Louvain-la-Neuve. And so a very short pitch on climate, what we have done in the Climate Hub. I should, of course, not re-emphasize that climate is very important for our society. Major challenge that needs to be handled. And of course, we have already a lot of knowledge about what's going on the climate. If you look to the IPCC reports, we know what is actually changing with the climate nowadays, how it will evolve, what will be the impacts. But notwithstanding all this, there is still quite a lot of uncertainty about the way how society needs to adapt to this new reality. And so if you look to very recent research that has been done, for instance, on adaptation capacity of humans, it is shown, for instance, in Belgium, that still more than 80% of the population still do not actually consider the climate as a very urgent issue, which changes their behavior on a daily basis. They are not going to adapt their food consumption, they are not going to adapt their mobility patterns, and so on. So there is still quite a lot of challenges to do that, and we could, of course, question why is that the case, and how can we actually contribute with Circle U to change this behavior of the humans, and how we can train the people, and how we can actually change our students so that they become real change makers also in this issue. So we have, of course, solutions that we need to propose that can be hardware solutions related to infrastructure, related to the hard science of things, but we need also to propose solutions in terms of thinking, of psychology, of human behavior. And so that's actually what is very interesting in the Circle U, is that you bring these different disciplines together in order to come to a clear view and clear proposals of what needs to be done in the future. Now, if you think a little bit of how humans can contribute to that and what needs to be done, we can, of course, look to the different dimensions of agency, as shown in the top diagram over there. So you see the cross, which actually spans the space of where humans can act. We can act on a short term, on an everyday basis. We can act also on a very long-term basis. We can act as an individual, but we can also act collectively. And actually, well, the humans, and of course also our students, which need to prepare to take their responsibility in a human society, they need to play around in all the different dimensions, in all the different places of these spaces. So they need to be trained in how we need to, for instance, adapt our consumption patterns, how we need to adapt our governance pattern, how we need to adapt our political thinking related to climate, but also our institutional capacity and things like that. So we really need to prepare our students on that. And that's actually what we try to do when we create the Knowledge Hub of Circle U. So we worked with a lot of colleagues on this kind of challenge, and we tried to to set up a knowledge hub which supports this challenge in the real world. The way how we did it was actually we could call it in two different ways. There was a kind of structured way. We had, of course, the Circle U program with the work packages which were defined, which were formulated 5 years ago, and we tried to answer to these challenges and the deliverables that were formulated in the work program. That was a very good thing. But on the other hand, there was also something organically that was created based on, indeed, the appropriation of the ideas that were formulated in the program by the different chairs that were involved in the activity, and which resulted in a set of different initiatives that were formulated and that were executed during the previous pilot phase. The first thing that we try to do is to try to understand more better who is doing what. And so if you we use different techniques in order to see what is the capacity of the Circle U working in the climate. And so if you are looking to the bibliography, the literature that is available, you come up with more than 10,000 publications made by Circle U researchers on climate. And so you try to map and to see who is doing what. Because, of course, 5 years ago, we didn't know exactly who is doing climate research, for instance, in Oslo or in Aarhus or in Belgrade and things like that. So this kind of mapping is very important also in order to make links between different researchers. And then, of course, there were also gap analysis that has been made to try to identify what are actually the key issues that needs to be addressed within this overall theme of climate, which is extremely broad. That was done, of course, by organizing thematic workshops where different people came in, where we try to identify what are actually the gaps that are currently present in the knowledge and what we need to do in the future. And then we start working together. And what we actually did was, organizing joint events. And so joining is really the key word that comes together. We organized joint summer schools. And so there were two very interesting summer schools organized already in Berlin. One targeting bachelor students, in which, for instance, the first one was dealing with climate change and communication. So there we had the possibility to bring together indeed students from different disciplines, from human science, health science, and hard sciences. And for me, as an engineer, it was a very tough thing to communicate also with people working in these other disciplines. So working on communication, see to what extent the solution that we have can be better communicated to contribute to solutions. And at the end, the students, they were proposed to write different articles or videos or podcasts in which they try to improve their communication. I was not so well prepared as Amelie, so I could not show this type of examples, but there were very nice examples there. Other things, so we had also a kind of summer school dealing with policy, so in which we try to make simulations about how policy needs to be evolved, and that was a very nice initiative that was carried out last summer. We had also joint organization of specific seminars targeting specific issues, for instance, climate and water, climate and food production, climate and energy production. So we had this kind of seminars that were supported also by the Seed Fund. We had also, and we are currently organizing, and that's also very interesting, we're organizing now a training workshop for the professionals. So we are not looking here to the students into the university communities, but we are looking also to the people outside of the university with whom we are working. And so each university have their associated partners. Louvain has, for instance, Louvain Cooperation. We have a lot of external partners who are collaborating with us. And we now would like to see, well, how can we co-create with these partners a training workshop for these professionals, which will be organized in February. And last but not least, based on all these kind of interactions, new research initiatives were taken and are now submitted, for instance, for seed funding support, but also other initiatives using existing programs that are available at national level, at European level, or actually used and proposed for setting up new projects. So, for instance, there was a new project that has been launched on monitoring water quality in Madagascar, for instance, between the University of Paris and the University of Louvain. So these are the kind of initiatives that has been taken. So that was very successfully. Of course, there are a lot of challenges, and I think that needs to be the part of the debate of how can we actually, first of all, we know that this potential of Circle U in order to attack the problems of climate is extremely large. There is a strong potential there, but it is also a very complex ecosystem. Now, of course, if you are in the system, then you could try to understand and better how it works. But we need, of course, also to leverage this and to try to engage our colleagues with that. So there is a very big challenge in order to see how it can be scaled up. And then, of course, there is also something like, well, what is the Circle U identity? We all have our own identity, and we have, of course, a lot of other networks in which we are involved. This Circle U identity needs, of course, to be increased by the local staff and the students. And I think we need to think about how we can do that. And so cultural aspects are definitely looking to that. And then, of course, the co-constructed activities, how can they be implemented in an efficient way? We had a very nice keynote presentation this morning about co-construction and student agency. I think it is very important to do that, but we need, of course, also to see how it can be done in an efficient way, given all the constraints that we have, the legal constraints for setting up new programs and things like that. It has also been addressed by our rector, Vincent Blondel, at the beginning of the meeting. So these are the kind of challenges that we are giving, and I would like to stop with here. Fortunately, I don't have this kind of very fancy videos, but you can definitely look to the Circle U website and you can retrieve a lot of information about these activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kloster. And I was told that there will be a video coming up in the coming weeks, so you will have a lot more to watch on the YouTube channel of Circle U, for sure. I'm going to call my fellow panelists, actually, to come to the stage. So we have Tanguy Guibert, the Vice President of the European Student Union. He's a student in international politics at the University of Paris-Est Créteil. So that's Tanguy. Mark van Holtzberg as well. Mark van Holtzberg is the current head of the coordination department at the Belgian Science Policy Office, and is in charge of the federal, interfederal, and international coordination of research policies. And I got two other panelists to join me, Vanessa de Biais-Santon, who is the head of unit in charge of the European higher education policies and programs at the European Commission, DG EAC. And François Heinderix, who's a professor here at the Université Libre de Bruxelles, where he teaches media studies and political communication. Is currently the advisor to the rector of ULB for CIVIS, the European University Alliance, where ULB is involved, and is also a member of the steering committee of CIVIS. So that's our panelist. So I think I would stay here, actually. I was considering going in the middle, but I think I will stick to our microphone here. So the first thing, perhaps, is for you to react to the two presentations that we had. If we could have a true of, is there one thing that struck you, one thing that you really wanted to highlight from what you have seen so far? Yes, starting with you, François, thank you.
I'm seeing a lot of the things we see in many of these conferences, and that is the magnitude and intensity of the human experience in those alliances. We spend a lot of time in preparing plans, reporting this, planning that. A lot of administrative work goes behind all this, and all of a sudden we discover, and we don't see enough of that, that the output of that, the result of that, is incredibly rich human experience, both at the level of the students and of the staff. And that's very heartwarming and very motivating to see that for one alliance or for the other. And we should not forget that it is all about human experience in the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed. Vanessa, yeah, whatever. I leave you to choose the order. There is no particular way to do things.
Okay, maybe this is because I'm now heading a coordination department, but I was struck by the last speaker who mentioned the importance of coordination in a complex ecosystem. And relating to climate science at federal level, we recently launched this climate center for coordinating research about climate science between the federal scientific institutes, but also together, at least the ambition with the different universities in Belgium, and why not with connection with the alliances. I think it's very important to also consider this type of center in this complex ecosystem, and also whenever it relates to the interface between scientists, science and policy. This is the second ambition of this hub at federal level, to have this dialogue between what science tells us and what policymakers could do, integrating science in their policymaking decisions.
You want Tanguy to start? Okay, let's
yes,
the
thank you.
student express themselves.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. What struck me with the two presentations is like we talked about the place of women in research and innovation and sustainability and climate change. It's two key challenges that we have to, and collectively and at the European and even at the global level, we have to tackle, and we have to work all together. And this what struck me is like the alliances are a way to foster this kind of collaboration all together to move forward on these topics. And I think that it's also one of the major aim and idea of what it was to build these alliances. But I think that we start to touch this point on how we can tackle all the challenges that we are ahead with the future.
Thank you. I would like to, I found these examples really, really fabulous, and I would like to congratulate all the academics that are behind the construction of such joint modules or joint summer schools or joint blend intensive programs or whatever the format is. But we could see the stars in the eyes of the students and how much they enjoy it, actually, to have that opportunity to work together. Students from different countries, from different disciplines. It was highlighted a lot, and also how many skills they can develop. Not only their level of expertise, no matter what is their field of study, but also all these transversal skills like the ability to work between disciplines, the development of critical thinking. That is very important because we don't know what will be the jobs in the future, certainly not as now, but what we know is that they will need those skills. So really, really well done for that. What I have seen from other alliances, maybe it was the case here, it didn't come prominently, but also I've seen other groups where it was not only transnational, not only transdisciplinary, but I've seen very interesting teams where it was also cross levels. So you had bachelor students working with masters, with doctoral students, but also with lifelong learners. I found it fabulous, absolutely fabulous, to work together on concrete challenges. And of course here, climate change, sustainable development goals, they are of course ideal to work in such transdisciplinary teams because you need all different disciplines to tackle these challenges. So that's fantastic. What I have seen as well in common, and I don't know, maybe it's true that we had defined that we wanted this challenge-based approach to be transnational, transdisciplinary. We had not mentioned transgender, but actually what I see a lot is that women and girls tend to work together, or boys together, but it's not the first time that I see the teams, only with one gender, not cross-gender. I don't know if that is just by chance that I have observed that, or if there is something to do to make boys and girls work together. But it's fascinating. That was really what we had in mind as well when launching the European Universities Alliances, to foster that kind of cooperation. So really well done, and there are different type of formats for that, as I mentioned, and the next step and the next phase, of course, and one of you presented it very clearly, is the deployment. As you said, how can we deploy it so that more students can benefit from it, from all the universities that are taking part? And I think that is the next challenge. That is part of the deployment phase of the European Universities Alliances, and that is why with Erasmus Plus funding we are injecting even more budget for this deployment phase, and it's important, and Manja mentioned it before as well. How can we engage even more academics, even more staff in developing such joint activities?
Okay, thank you very much for that. I will start with you, Tanguy, in terms of the students. When you see such examples, and I'm sure through the University Student Union, you really have a lot of examples coming up to you. Do you see an impact already in terms of the students' engagement, and also in terms of the way they are implicated in the governance of those alliances? What do you see from your perspective?
A lot of questions in one question.
Narrow it down.
No, but actually a really interesting one, because I mean, I will probably repeat some stuff that was presented in the videos and what Manja mentioned already earlier, but we do actually see change, and we do see the impact already for the students, because for a lot of them, and maybe it sounds pretty basic, but to have an international experience and to meet people from other countries and to realize that they are not the only one doing what they are doing, but a lot of other people have the same ideas or complementary ideas to foster their ideas and what they want to do, is like really blow-minding sometimes for some students who have the experience, because I mean, when it comes, not a lot of students have this opportunity, and I think that it's the next step, and the next thing that we have to face is how we can eventually foster that to a bigger number of students, because right now it's even it's growing and growing, it's still like only a few part of the students in all the higher education institutions involved who can have the opportunity to do this kind of experience, but it is life-changing for some of them. Sometimes even life opportunity or the beginning of a journey that they would never imagine possible for them. So yes, there is some kind of transformative experience with this kind of programs, and even in general with the alliances. And on the topic of the student representation, Manja mentioned it and said it really clearly this morning. To have the student involved in the alliance really make it closer to the student needs. And what we can already say from the link that we have the different alliances is like, we can see that in the alliances where the students are totally involved everywhere, student board, definition of the alliance from the beginning to now, to all the steps everywhere, it's the alliance that are the most proactive to create this kind of programs and are the most proactive to involve students and do things that are needed for students and involve a large number and a large range of students, and also different students coming from different backgrounds. In the alliance where the students are less involved, they are also doing stuff, but maybe less for the students themselves in different topics. Super important as well, but with less student engagement. So I mean, then it's just a matter of what do we want to do, and also in terms of priority, because we know that's also in terms of funding, sometimes it's so complicated to be in all the fronts at the same times. But there is something that if you want the students involved in our activities, we need the students involved also in the governance, because we see by proof that it's indeed one of the key things to have more students involved. So of course we will always appeal for more students' implications in the governance to have in the end more students involved in the activities.
Okay, so you make a direct link between both two.
Oh, clear link. I mean, without any doubt, there is a clear link between the two, between the cause and the consequences. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. My next question is to François regarding Civis and the experience that you had in your own alliance. Do you have any specific activities you would like to highlight that really empowered your community and helped the engagement?
I would give you two examples if you allow me. The first is the BIPs. We have gone full on the blended intensive programs. We've encouraged our colleagues to propose them, and then when they were set up, we encouraged students to enlist. We have organized about 50 BIPs in just 2 years, which was like beyond anything we imagined, to the point where a lot of my colleagues and students think that the BIPs were invented by Civis. So that's how close they associate BIPs with Civis. And of course we tell them we didn't, but to us it's a sign that that's how alliances can really enhance and amplify trends and new ways of teaching, and experiment with them and use them as a leverage to do more. That worked really well. At the level of the communities more specifically, and this is sometimes linked to BIPs, we have from the start established a network of what we call open labs. Each our member universities has one or several structures which has to do with interfacing university with the local communities. And we also established a partner network whereby local governments, businesses, civil society organizations are called upon to try to see how we can collaborate. And that bears enormous potential. It's more difficult than we thought to activate that potential, because at this point everyone is really interested, everyone wants to do more, but it's difficult to find projects which will then mobilize them in a way which is innovative and which makes a difference in the local communities. So what we're trying now in this second phase is to structure this network of partners by type of partners. The most promising one, the one that really took off first, was a network of museums. We found that every one of our member universities has at least one museum, including our African partners, but also are connected with other museums. So having a conversation among those museums turned out to be very stimulating and very exciting for them to see how they face similar challenges, how they work together. So we're using that as a laboratory to see how the university can interface with the local communities. Next up is most probably with businesses, to see again how university, for example, in the training of workers, but also recruitment procedures, all these things, these are obvious areas in which this connection with the local community can be developed, with the paradox that we work at the global scale in the Alliance, and at the same time those communities are by nature local. So it's not about trying to do the same thing everywhere. It's about exchanging experience, see what works here might work there, give more ideas, but also trying to understand why some things work better here and not so well there. So there's a gigantic potential. And again, none of that would have been impossible without the alliances, but the alliances turned out to be an enhancer, a stimulant to do that more and better.
Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting. I think here we are painting a very optimistic view, and obviously we are, yes, it's a human history, the Alliance, so we're happy to see those good results. I wanted to go back to Amélie Jacquemin and Marnik van Klooster regarding barriers that they faced, at least one that they faced during the life of their project. Can someone give a microphone to Professor van Klooster, who's here, and Amélie Jacquemin was there. I see the students are at the back. So just perhaps to reflect a little bit on at least one barrier that you had to overcome and perhaps is not even solved yet. Amélie Jacquemin first, yeah.
Maybe you mentioned the possibility to mix levels of students. In fact, in our course, we mix master students and PhD students. And it's very difficult, in fact, to have them all on board. So it's not that easy because, you know, it's a lot of work. They have to read scientific articles and to watch video before the class. So it's not so complicated. So I don't know if you have solutions, but it's one of our current challenges.
Okay. Thank you, Amélie. And Marnik van Klooster.
One of the challenges is, of course, related to the very practical issues with respect, for instance, to the calendar, the academic calendar. So, for instance, when we organized the first summer school, that was an excellent idea, but the summer in Belgium is different than the summer in Germany, so that's climate change. So that means that we have the summer school organized when there was a second session of exams of our students. So these are the very small practical issues, but which are actually constraining a lot the implementation of the programs.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly typically the kind of things, you know, it seems so simple, it's not at all. We got another contribution from Paris Cité. I will leave a colleague.
Yes, absolutely, and with the greatest pleasure. Just mentioning the difficulty of logistics in terms of scheduling, etc. I would add to that also the difficulty of mobility. Mm-hmm. Most of our courses are blended, meaning part of it is online, but then we try to come together, and of course the students, we've seen it in the video, that's when they're the happiest, when they can actually meet face to face. But then mobility requires resources, and the regulations are different in each country, and then comes also the idea of inclusivity. Most of these students often come from multicultural backgrounds, and that's why they're so interested in building a European educational space with us. And then, of course, they have difficulty organizing these travels, etc. So there's certainly a great need to standardize our mobility schemes and make sure that here and there they can also meet and work together face to face.
Yeah, indeed. I think the case of international students is something that we see very concretely every day, and will have to be tackled. So thank you for that, for those examples. Looking back at Vanessa, so I actually interviewed Vanessa almost 5 years ago now. A call was launched. It was the European Learning and Teaching Forum organized by UA, and the call had been launched, and it was like presented like a top-down approach because the head of states and governments had pushed for that program, and there were at least two objectives that Vanessa presented 5 years ago. One was the alliances were here to really involve people together and create this sense of European citizenship. And the other point was to encourage the innovative learning and teaching approach. You already kind of tackled that a little bit, but perhaps if you could dwell on, did it met your expectation at the end? Did the program correspond to what you had in mind at the beginning? And also, how do you see 5 years on for the Commission, the results as it is now, as they are now?
Thank you. Well, I think the examples that we have seen before show the fantastic results, and it's the case in the 50 alliances that we have now, 50 alliances with 340 higher education institutions, so a wide diversity, which is exactly what the head of governments had in mind. Actually, they had in mind 20 at the beginning because they didn't know whether there would be such a take-up, and they're very pleased to see that we have now 50, and next year at least 60 alliances involving 500 different higher education institutions of different types with a good geographical balance. So already that is an achievement in itself, but also the examples have shown this bringing down the barriers between education, research, innovation, and having the students involved in innovation projects like we have seen to really develop this entrepreneurial mindset and innovative attitude. So that is exactly what we had in mind. And also the cooperation with the non-academic partners. We have more than 1,700 associated partners from the non-academic world, and to bring talents to the regions, to the cities, not only in the capitals, but also in the peripheral areas. So yes, and indeed, when we developed this initiative together with the member states and the higher education sector, there were two main objectives, as you said: develop a strong European citizenship, strong sense of belonging, and we've seen it in the examples. And the next step is that these students that we have seen in the video can get a joint European degree. That would be the best European symbol for them. Meaning that they have all the global skills and the mindset that the society and employers need. So that is the next step. We are actually in parallel meeting with the 6 pilot projects working actively on testing European criteria for such a joint European degree that is tested in the format of a label. So that is the next step. And of course, now we are at a stage where most of the alliances have reached the 3 years after they started, and now they have received the next funding phase for this deployment phase and this scale-up phase. And this is where we are now, and that is the real challenge. It's to really manage to mainstream and to deploy these fantastic activities across the faculties, across the levels, so that, yeah, I know it's a lot of work, so that a majority of students can benefit. But maybe one more thing, because I see you saying, "Oh my God, it's a lot of work." You're right, and actually we would like to work on making this work from academics much more recognized and much more valorized in your careers, because we have a lot of examples, and we have contracted a study with OECD. They will publish a report in the coming months showing that research activities that are also extremely important, don't get me wrong, but sometimes get better valorized and recognized in the careers of academics. So we need to bring maybe more, as a EU, we like to say, parity of esteem between all the different activities and responsibilities for academics in their career. So that is why in the 2024 Commission work program, the president of the Commission has announced a limited number of priorities, but among these limited number of priorities, there is a higher education package that will look at the joint European degree, that will look at attractive careers for academics, and also a fit-for-purpose quality assurance system to support all of that.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. That's indeed a kind of wall of a topic about the parity of esteem. But actually here, I mean, we're already touching at the national level and even regional level as far as Belgium is concerned. So it's probably a good time to ask a question to Mark van Olsbeck about that, because we are in a very specific situation in Belgium when all universities, Flemish and French-speaking, they are all involved in one alliance. It doesn't happen in any other country. I mean, it's also, we're a small country, let's face it, but still, I think it shows really an interest and a specific ecosystem probably that exists here in Belgium. But I was interested to see from the Science Policy Office perspective, how do you see, and also your own experience from the past, how do you see this articulation between national and European goals? I mean, sometimes we just speak a different language, and on our level, we are just like hitting a wall because it's just, we are being asked to do two completely different things.
Yeah, at this point in the conversation, I have to make a confession. I'm not only working in science policies, but I've been involved in one, and I'm still involved in one of these BIPs at ULB. I'm still teaching at ULB within the Civis Alliance, so I know also those alliances, and one of these BIPs about science communication from inside. So I will try to combine my experience of having been inside and from the distance from the Belgian Science Policy Office, which is not directly involved in higher education policies, but in research policies. So combining these two types of experience, what I could say and what I see, and this is also a link to Belgian federal science policies, one of the biggest assets of the alliance is helping breaking the silos between first the disciplines. I think these BIPs, maybe this is not representative of all that is done in the alliances, but it was fascinating working on this topic of science communication with colleagues from different disciplinary backgrounds. And this doesn't happen, this happens sometimes, but this doesn't happen a lot usually. Having a thematic focus, something that is needed from students or early researchers in this case perspective, and working together on a joint program, even if it's a micro program, breaking the silos, taking time, because it's super important, having time to talk together, because of course from one discipline to the other, people do not always speak the same language, so this also takes time. But this really, I see it as one of the main assets of the alliance in general, Circle U, but also Civis, but I'm sure many other alliances also, helping, contributing by the experience itself to break some silos and to see that it's efficient. So, and I think that for the federal policy level, contributing and supporting and interdisciplinarity in research, this is really one of the key aspects in federal science policy programs and infrastructures. And for example, next year during this Belgian presidency of the Council of the European Union, one of the main events we will coordinate at federal level, this This will be a conference about evidence-informed policy making, and we will really focus the conference. It will be in early May, 6th, 7th May. You can already put it on the agenda. But we will focus on these interdisciplinary aspects and how can all the expertise from the social science, the arts, and the humanities in particular be combined, articulated, I prefer articulated than combined with the expertise from the STEM whenever policymakers need, and they really need it, some scientific evidence. So really, these interdisciplinary aspects contributing to breaking the silo through experience. This is the link I see between my, ground experience of this and federal policy level experience.
Yeah. It's very interesting. In terms of questions from the audience, it seems that you're technology tired, or at least I don't see anyone would clap. I'm not going to blame you. I think we spent so much time on Teams together. But is there any question from the audience for the panelists? Is there anything you want to dig a bit deeper before I go for a last round of questions? Any question from the audience to the panelists? About how to break those silos, or how to... we got... if you can give him the microphone. Thank you so much.
Hello, Björn Stensaker from Oslo University again. I would like to ask about micro-credentials, and it's a question for Vanessa, because that has also been very high on the Commission agenda. At the same time, micro-credentials is a development that in many ways can take place everywhere. It can take place outside higher education. At the same time, I think everyone recognizes the need for also micro-credentials to have some kind of quality inbuilt. So there is a dilemma there, because I think, we can see the value of informal learning, of lifelong learning, and short-term learning, and blended learning, and all different kind of formats. At the same time, we could see how this relates also to the more regular offerings of university. So there is a tension there, I think, between micro-credentials on the one hand and a very much more flexible approach to learning. And of course, some of the certification responsibilities that higher education institutions have. So I would like to hear from Vanessa also, the latest reflections also from the Commission when it comes to the place of micro-credentials in developing alliances and higher education policies further. Thank you.
Yes, sure. And it's exactly for that purpose that we presented last year, and it has been adopted by the Council, a Council recommendation on micro-credentials for lifelong learning and employability. And here, what does it bring? It brings a common definition that we didn't have before on what is a micro-credential. It brings European standards on how to define a micro-credential, and that's very important in terms of learning outcomes that we discussed before, but also the time, number of hours spent, so that it can really facilitate the recognition depending on the next steps after the micro-credential, and it contributes to more transparency and portability. And we, as part of this Council recommendation, there are also guidelines for different providers that can be universities, but also private providers. So guidelines on how to develop these micro-credentials. And of course, quality is absolutely essential. And this is where education training institutions, including universities, can have a very important role in bringing that quality to ensure learning outcomes that are really valid. And that is why, as part of these recommendations, we really encourage closer cooperation with non-academic partners. Non-academic partners can be very important to bring the challenges on which they see they need skills to be developed. They have a lot to bring in. And that's why, rather than having private providers on one side and universities on the other side, we really believe in more cooperation to bring both at the same time the relevance for society and the quality, and because all universities can build on their quality assurance that is quite robust across Europe, thanks to 20 years of the Bologna process.
Okay. There is another question, actually 2 questions to the left for me.
Okay, Duško Ilić from King's College. So a question from François. So what is your experience in your alliance about bridging between, in disciplinarity between social sciences and humanitarian science on one side and natural sciences on other side? Because this is what so far I've seen in Circle U. It's all interdisciplinarity is more focused on social and humanitarian science. It's very difficult to engage natural sciences.
Oh, that's a really important question. As you know, it's in the DNA of most alliances because it was in the specifications of the European alliances to begin with that we should be challenge-based and that we should promote, interdisciplinarity. So we took that very seriously from the start by creating hubs, 5 hubs that are defined around 5 groups of societal challenges and within which the teams are by design from different disciplines, all disciplines, so as many disciplines as possible. The most advanced and the most ambitious project we have in that area, and to us it's a stress test, it's as high as we could imagine going, is a joint master program, which we're hoping to launch in 2025, which will be on the theme, it's going to be a transdisciplinary master on climate, energy, and then the environment. And it will be a 120 credits master that will be accessible to anyone having a bachelor in any discipline. Whether you studied philosophy or biology, you would be welcome in that master. And the master will be built in a way that will allow each student to make the best of his or her disciplinary background, but in a way which is shared with the others, so that everyone at the end of the process will be much more skilled into breaking those barriers and making the best of the knowledge available in the different disciplines. So that's like, and it will involve all the universities in the alliance and will be accessible to all the disciplines. We can't get higher in our ambitions. Of course, given that, we need to create new courses, we need an inventory of the existing courses, and it's complex. That's why it takes a little time. But we think it's going to either demonstrate the might of the alliances, because if we manage to open that master, I don't know why I'm using the if, it's a matter of when. If we manage to start that master in a reasonable time, we will have proven that, something like that could not possibly, in the wildest dreams, being done by any one individual university. This could only be done among trustful partners who know each other, who have integrated processes, who know how to pull down the barriers. And so this goes beyond interdisciplinarity. We want this to be transdisciplinary. The first semester, to just give you an example of what we're trying to do, will be all about working on notions either of transdisciplinarity itself or looking at key notions from the different disciplines to just take the measure. If you come from chemistry and you have a certain notion of systems thinking, someone mentioned this earlier, maybe you don't realize that systems thinking in economics or in physics, for that matter, might be completely different. So just that bringing together will create, we think, an incredibly strong basis for producing graduates with exactly the skills that we need today. If that works for climate change, energy transition, and these kind of topics, we can then try to apply the same ambition to a range of other societal challenges. So, and we are working on several of those, but this one is the most advanced. This is what I mentioned, and because we mentioned climate change earlier.
Okay, thank you. you. A last question, and then I will go to my last round of questions myself. Please go ahead.
Hello, I am Martin Nera. I'm representing CEU Louvain, associated partner with Circle U. And I was very happy to hear Mrs. Debier-Sainton speak about the relationships and the necessary collaborations between academia and the university with civil society and private entities. I wanted to ask, in the experience of the panel, which are the necessary requirements when it comes to collaboration between academia and civil society, as well as the main roadblocks that you've seen within the context of setting up alliances such as Circle U?
The question is to the alliances, right? So I'm the only one representing an alliance here. The simple answer to your question is that we have so far measured the gigantic potential that there is in that area, but to be honest, we haven't managed very spectacular achievements. My interpretation of why that is the alliances so far, and we are Civis' first generation, so we are the ones in our starting our fifth year now as an alliance, which is, you know, at the scale of the history of our university, is like very recent, but at the scale of a European project, this is, you know, quite mature. We have put so much energy and so much emphasis on, broadly speaking, teaching and students and training and pedagogy and all these things, that the notion of collaborating with civil society organizations, for example, always came at the margins. The topics we were working on could be of interest to them. Their involvement could be you know, seen as really important to set the objectives or to feed into the process, but they are still at the margins. And yet we all know from the start, as I said, you know, societal challenges are at the heart of these alliances, and civil society organizations are the foot soldiers of solving these problems on a day-to-day basis in our societies. So the fact that they are not, you know, that we're not embracing them or that they're not embracing us should be a matter of concern, but actually I think it's just a matter of time, actually, before we find a way to do that. Again, at the level of Civis, we think that the open labs is where this should happen. And the open labs are also a place where one of the places where we intend to very actively bring back research into the effort. Because we were talking about breaking down silos earlier. There's one silo which unintentionally the alliances have put up, and that's a segregation between teaching and research, which is absurd. In the experience of any university professor, these things are so entangled, you can't untangle them. But you know, the main source of funding was Erasmus+, so obviously the emphasis was on teaching. We also had other projects on Horizon 2020 initially and Horizon Europe now, but we have to put more emphasis now on reintegrating the two, and I think working with civil society organizations and with our open labs is one of the ways we will manage that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have another contribution from Marc-André Speck.
Yeah, just to broaden it, I won't speak, of course, on behalf of any alliance, but BELSPO, the Belgian Science Policy Office, we have some experience, not a big experience, but it's citizen science project, directly or indirectly participative research, and we intend to engage more in the future in this kind of participatory approach to research and research impact. What I could say, and I think most of us who have been part of this kind of projects know it, transdisciplinarity. This is not like just adding an extra flavor to interdisciplinarity. You really need, and this is what I hear from all the testimonies, to integrate citizens, so to say, from scratch in your project. This is not like an extra layer or topping up. The project who considered citizen engagement as a top-up on what was already decided elsewhere usually do not reach spectacular results. This is, you know, just from very general experience, but definitively we intend to work more in this regard also in the future, the Belgian scientists at the BELSPO level.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Tanguy, last questions, and then I will spend the last 10 minutes on the long term. So we can close before lunch. Yes, Tanguy, quick question, please.
Hello, hello. Yeah, so my name is Amory Peters. I'm working for Louvain Corporation, was the affiliate partner of UC Louvain. So I'm really glad to hear that the emphasis of involving a non-academic partner, which is key in really applying and make it operational, the transdisciplinary. So I think maybe one point that's been not fully addressed is how to make it also means and resources available for that, because often the NGOs or other stakeholders are categorized in one, and still categorized in one part of the civil society elements that are receive specific funding, they could not reach to these research. So whether we aim to break the silos, we also have to be innovative in a funding scheme that will allow the involvement so far. Otherwise, we will always be in between. And I think this is part also for the university and researcher that or professor that want to involve them. Just if there is any options already foreseen from the EU or other maybe innovative solutions that have been found, I would be glad to hear from that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I will ask Vanessa to actually keep that question because I wanted to touch upon the long term indeed and the funding, so it's actually completely part of that. I mean, we are embarking at Circle U in, like many of our alliances, in our next step, 4 years. 4 years actually for our institutions, it's a pretty short term. We are already thinking long term, and of course, one of the risks for something like a European Alliance, which is not a project, and many of our colleagues, sometimes you have to explain to them, it's actually transformational. So if you want transformation, you need to think long term. There are so many things that needs to happen. So in terms of the long term and in terms of how to be true to our ambitions, I was wondering what kind of either funding instruments or tools you thought would be useful. And I wanted to start with actually Tanguy, because you last year you published recommendation at the European Student Union, and one of the recommendations was to say Erasmus Plus is just not sufficient, because indeed we need to break silos, we need to do a lot more things. So you actually suggested a brand new instrument that will bring together several types of funding. Perhaps you would like to extrapolate a bit on that and how you see the future as a student association?
Yes, thank you very much. So indeed, we published a policy paper on the funding and the future of the funding of the alliances, which is, in our opinion, I mean, the key topic right now, because right now the alliances are partly and mainly relied on the funding of the Erasmus+. But it's just like for a project has an end. What happens after that? Does that mean that after the end of the project, and I know it's not the case, I don't want to frighten everyone, but if the project funding ends, does that mean that at some point the alliances will disappear because there is no funding? It's not what we want, and I know that it's not what anyone wants. So we have indeed to start thinking, and it's already what is happening, like a lot of already conversation and even working groups and PLAs already happen on that topic, and because if we really want to go further, and I mean, we can start talking about a lot of things, but at some point, if we do not have the money to realize it, or at least to maintain the proper existence of the alliances, what is the point? So indeed, that's why we already started to think about that. Our main ideas is, I mean, the European alliances is a European project. I mean, it was indeed launched and the idea was launched by the speech of Emmanuel Macron, but then the European Union took it and published recommendations and strategies, and I mean, it's a European project. I mean, I think that we can all agree on that. So at some point, we think that the main part of the funding have to remain from the European level, because I mean, it's not possible to put all the burden to the national levels. I mean, what we see is like higher education in general in all the EU countries see their funding decreasing year after year. So it would mean that it would add another burden to the national level, that they also need, above funding the higher education institutions, to fund also the alliances. And is it possible? I mean, everything is possible, but that would mean that at some point there will be the possibility of the creation of a gap between the higher education institutions part of an alliance and the higher educations not part of an alliance. And to have this two-tier system is, in our opinion, really dangerous, because, I mean, in terms of inclusivity of higher education in general, that could create a lot of differences between the accessibility to higher education for the students. Or it would mean that, for example, some fields of research or some fields of study would be maybe more accessible to some students rather than others. So it's really something that we should avoid, of course. And then, of course, like it's not possible. Also, we all know also the situation of economical situation of the continent and of the EU. That's it's remained only on the EU's end to fund. So there is also a need to. First, I mean, not only on the hand of Erasmus, because there are also a lot of other programs and funding schemes that exist at the European level that also can fund some stuff at the alliance level in different, not only in the creation of research and discourse, but, of courses, but in different things like creating new services and stuff like this, and so of course trying to find some ways so the national level also can fund. A lot of things already exist, and a lot of almost all the EU countries actually already started to also finance by themselves the alliances, not at the same level, of course, because all EU countries have different means, but it's already existing. So now I think it's just on the continuation of trying to break silos and see how we can make them better working. But our paper is actually based I mean, one of the sources that we used is one research paper that I forgot the name, that was made about the funding of the alliances. And one of the main conclusion of that research paper is that actually there is not enough money put in alliances to fulfill all the goals of the alliances. And that is something that should make us reflect on what are right now the objective and the first objectives that we have to, that we want to complete. It doesn't mean that everything go to the trash, absolutely not. It just say that maybe we need to prioritize some stuff in the couple of first years, and then we will try to make years after years maybe to improve a little bit better, because we do not have the money and it's not possible to do everything at once, so we will have to choose. And it's not bad. I mean, we will have to, if we have to choose, I mean, we have to choose. It's either that or completely like the whole project disappears. So yeah, I think that's, it's just a matter of more reflection about what we want and why we want it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, indeed, that's the study is actually available on your website as a link. So to on that, for France and Civis, in terms of the global challenges, do you see that? Do you see a possibility to prioritize? Do you already prioritize? Because indeed, there are a lot of objectives to be met.
I think I'd like to focus on the very topic of how important the financial budgetary aspect of things is. And I'll tell you two things. One is, first of all, I think, and this is a discussion I have with colleagues often, that the success of the alliances and the alliances, the way that they are now in a phase of stabilization and becoming sustainable and long term, I think the alliances should not be seen as an end in itself. They are a means to an end. Mm-hmm. They are a new tool to achieve all the challenges that we're facing with, to reform higher education, create better citizens, all these things. The alliance is not the aim. And we spend so much time developing those alliances that sometimes we lose sight of that. We make that the aim. We want these to be successful. They're just a means to an end. The second thing, more specifically to the financial aspect, none of this, of course, would have happened if it wasn't for the massive investment from the Commission. But we have to put that in perspective. When we received the financing for the second phase, like most alliances, we went for the full budgets. And so when we announced we have 15 million euros, everyone was saying like, wow, this is going to be the big push that we all needed. And then you think about it, say, okay, we are 9 universities. This is for 4 years. So you know, make the math, and you compare that for each university to the budget of the university itself, and it's a drop in the bucket. So when some people see the alliances and the budgets we receive to run those alliances as a way to compensate for the underfinancing of higher education, they're wrong. That will never be the case, and it couldn't be the case. So my point is, if we want to succeed, and if we want to succeed in reforming and modernizing higher education, the financial stakes here are at the level of the national and regional governments financing higher education. The gaps between where these universities or higher educations are properly funded. We have a partner in Switzerland. Whenever they talk numbers, I go, seriously, I mean, are you sure? Do I have the right exchange rate between the euro and the Swiss franc? And when you go to Romania, where some of the people we hire have a 3-digit salary when we hire them, it's just, it's suicidal. I mean, when you hear the news full of rejoicing that many European countries are now increasing their financing for defense spending after the war in Ukraine, and everyone thinks that's, you know, that's great for the future. I'm sure it is. But why don't we understand what crisis will it take for governments to understand that investing heavily into higher education is actually a very profitable investment? But of course, the profit, the return on investment only shows in 5, 10 election cycles. So that's probably why they're not so much interested. So let's not blame too much the Commission for not funding enough of those, although we're very happy if they do. But I mean, the underfunding is not at their end. It's really at the level of many governments. So together again, and with the help of the Commission and the European Union in general, I'm sure we can do better in lobbying the governments to do better, and then the whole a virtuous cycle will get us to where we want to go.
Yeah, indeed, it's. I don't think we wanted to put the blame on the Commission. I think what was relevant was the fact that very concretely we want to do a lot of different things. There are lots of ways to do it. So the alliances and Erasmus is one, but as soon as we start addressing the activities we want to do, then we realize that there are different rules for each program, and then we have our partners cannot access certain things. So I think that's where the proposal was to say perhaps we should think of a new instrument was, I thought, interesting. And also, of course, national level is absolutely key because nothing can happen otherwise. Perhaps I'll leave then the last word, very last word on Mark, if you want to say something about how do you see research being more and more involved with those alliances potentially, and then I will leave the last word to Vanessa.
Yeah, I was worried that you would ask me what would BELSPO do in terms of funding of the alliances.
No, I'm not going to ask that question. I know the answer already.
Because we don't fund, or very indirectly, higher education, but this is an issue. And I will answer your question, but indeed, I really think also that the different things we discussed today, breaking the disciplinary silos, engaging citizens in participatory research, having research and higher education with an impact, or making change, to take the title of this session, this panel, you need a long-term or at least a mid-term perspective. You cannot only work on the project based. So there's a need to fill the gaps between the different projects and to keep the perspective. You cannot have an impact if your project stops and then you don't do anything during the months that follow the project, of course. This being said, and this is certainly not the solution to the problems, but I believe what you just said, that this is what I heard when I was still working for the French community, that indeed maybe the connections between the funding of research and higher education at European, maybe also at national level, could be streamlined and become more easy to manage on the universities and non-university colleges side. It's already quite efficient, but I think this is, I don't have direct experience of this funding, but from what I heard, there's probably some possibilities to make it more efficient and more more easy connecting the funding from higher education, the funding from research, not only at European level. Maybe we could connect also some, why not, I'm not engaging anything here, but some federal funding for research to some types of project or connection to museum or whatever. I think there are many possibilities. The ecosystem is complex, we have to map it, but I really believe that the connection between the different sources of funding could be streamlined and make more readable somehow to the actors.
Yeah, thank you so much. Vanessa, Liviu, the last.
Thanks a lot. Wow, a lot to comment. A lot has been said. I must say, so as you said, François, the alliances are not an objective in themselves. They are there to deepen transnational cooperation because we believe it's a fantastic way to achieve the overall objectives of transformation of higher education, the way it has been explained and presented last year in the European Strategy for Universities. But of course, it's not only through this initiative that we will transform. There are plenty of other possibilities to cooperate, and the objective is not to create a two-tier system. I want to reassure Tanguy. And we are now in the midterm review of Erasmus Plus and all the other European instruments, and of course, we will continue supporting all the wide palette of cooperation models across Erasmus Plus. The European Universities Initiative is the most ambitious model of cooperation as compared to all the others, and it's not for everyone. So it's important. I want to reassure that we'll continue supporting everyone through Erasmus Plus. Now, we hear the point of the alliances, and I would like to confirm what you said earlier, that indeed it's not a short-term project, the European Universities Initiative, it's a long-term transformational process. That is why, indeed, we need to think in the next phase in terms of a more sustainable or longer-term funding. Of course, we started as a pilot, 3 years. Then we couldn't go beyond 4 years because we have a cycle, if you want, of a multi-annual financial program of 7 years. So this is how it has been done. But now, of course, we are reflecting in the context of the midterm review of Erasmus+, Horizon, etc. We are reflecting for the post-2027 phase. Here we could imagine funding for 7 years. Now to do what? Because that is very important. If we want to bring different sources of funding, we need first to have a clear understanding, agreement on the what. On the side of education, it's quite clear. I mean, the vision is quite clear. It has been explained in different calls in the European Strategy for Universities. Everybody agrees with that. Continuity in what has been started. Now, on the research and innovation side, we have never really discussed it. What does it mean bringing down the silos? What does it mean the research innovation leg of this initiative? And as we started 5 years ago with education, where there were different tensions, different point of views, this is where we are now with the research innovation dimension. Different point of views, not everybody agrees, and that's fine as a starting point. Now we have 1 year to continue discussion to come to a convergence point on what would be the added value of this R&I leg of this initiative, because sometimes we hear about, look, research, it happens between researchers, it's a peer-to-peer cooperation. Is there a need for this institutional cooperation? You know, this is the kind of things that we hear. So that's why the GIAC has initiated a consultation through an investment pathway to reflect on what this R&I leg of the initiative could cover, to reflect the different sources of funding, not only from Erasmus+, but also potentially Horizon, Digital Europe, the cohesion funds, to fund the mobility that is very costly, for example, and of course, as you said, national funding, because the big source of income is really the national funding, and here we are working so closely with the ministry so that they understand the link between this initiative and how this initiative can actually be useful to implement their own national policies, because they are not different from the European Strategy for Universities. So this is what we are discussing. The good news is that most of member states are injecting funding, which is quite unique for a European initiative. Now, of course, we need to discuss the level that can vary, the objective and the activities that can be funded with this national funding varies a lot. So this is where we have engaged in dialogue with the member states. There was actually a meeting last week in Paris where this was discussed, and we are going to continue during the coming year. So we are listening to you. I would say we need to discuss and to come to agreement on the what, and then the how will come next, whether it is a new instrument, whether it is injection of funding from other instruments into Erasmus+, so that we have one initiative, one kind of reporting. All this will be discussed, but first we need to agree on the what.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you so much for really clearly shows the state of discussion so far. It's already 10 past. I think it's time for lunch, so I will stop here. Thank you so much for all our panelists this morning. Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. I propose that we pursue our discussion afternoon with the second panel with discussants, and this time the panel will be moderated by our Secretary General, Kevin Guillaume, who actually knows a lot about higher education because before he was Secretary General at Circle U, he has been involved in many governmental association, governance bodies, thinking about higher education in Europe, and has, among others, also followed the Bologna process. So, Kevin, the floor is yours for this panel.
Thank you, Dana. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for rejoining us. I know it's difficult after a lunch like this and when it's really intense as program. But yeah, as you know, we discussed already this morning, those alliances are not just projects. Those alliances are about transforming what we are doing in terms of education, of course, research and service to society. And the thematic of this session is, as you see, rethinking higher education and also how to respond to global challenges as we are rethinking about higher education. And as for the previous session, the idea is to have two pictures here showing you very shortly what have been done in Circle U in two specific, I would say, aspects linked to rethinking higher education. And afterwards, I will invite some panelists to react on that, and we will engage in some discussion about that. So I will invite first and foremost Professor Mine Rochon. Mine is a professor of political sciences at UC Louvain. Mine is working a lot on federalism, for example, a lot of things to say in Belgium, of course, also democratic innovation transformation. But in Circle U, Mine has been one of the academic chairs. You heard this morning that we have a lot of academics involved as academic chairs. And Mine was involved in what we have called in Circle U the Think and Do Tank. So basically, with other colleagues, academics, with other colleagues from admin staff, they have been working to rethink about what is higher education, to also maybe shape the future of higher education. And you will see that because it was maybe he wanted to do even more, Mine also was also proposing a new initiative that was not foreseen initially in the project, but I leave the floor directly to Mine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. And just to give a good vibe, let's play a video. And here it comes, hopefully. Welcome to UC Louvain. Welcome to Circle U. We can already get started. We now will call committee by committee. and we will start by UNESCO.
This MUN is really about, I would say, a more concrete and practical activity that we are offering to students.
Pakistan is the next country.
The relevance of organizing a simulation of the UN is, of course, the fact that the UN General Assembly is a forum of discussion. And there you can exchange ideas, you can run dialogues.
Ukraine with Ethiopia, United States of America, Madagascar, India, Hong Kong, Gabon.
Through the MUN simulations, actually you are in a position to be empowered and actually learn to make actions that make a difference to the world.
And so we give the floor to the chair.
Dear distinguished guests, fellow delegates, and members of the organization.
Being here today, you will realize how you are capable of surprising yourself.
It's an honor to welcome you all to this first Circle U MUN conference.
MUN is one of the best projects I've ever taken part of.
To every MUNer, is just fake it till you make it. You'll see MUNs are great.
Feedback from students, they say based on their number of years, the number of years they were at the university, that's probably their best experience, their most interesting experience.
When I was an undergraduate university student, I participated in the Model United Nations, and it gave me a new appreciation, not just for that country, for which I was a delegate, but also for how countries interact at a global level.
The tools of negotiation should teach us how to understand each other's positions while identifying the nation's common interests. And to quote Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world.
The general theme is sustainable education, so choosing the committees should be in line with sustainable education.
What can we do together better than individually, and how can we maybe really tackle those challenges and make sure that all students, the future graduate, the future citizen of this world, can also really try to build a better world.
One day, she raised her placards. She wanted to speak for the people of Hong Kong, for the students of Hong Kong. Maybe you didn't have a voice like Kim, but now you have it.
They didn't know they were able to make a speech loud and clear. As we often say, without fear and favor, we insist on that expression, and this is really nice to give them a voice.
For this very first Circle U Model United Nations, which I declare open.
Delegates, please take your chairs. The Islamic Republic of Iran is honored to sit in the Security Council once again for the second time.
Finland proposed to decrease the domestic flights.
The P4 member is an heritage of the World War II.
We only give funds to countries where we believe that the money does not go down a deep hole of corruption.
Do you have the financial capacity?
At this MUN, I was representing Germany. I was in the committee of WHO, the World Health Organization.
You have to represent a country that is never your country, and you have to defend the position of the government of that country.
Some of the delegates were, for instance, Afghanistan with the Taliban regime, and found it really difficult when they really, in their personal opinion, support, for instance, female education. When the debate is over, we're all like, we're friends because we're not discussing our own opinion, we're just representing a country. Thank you.
When I came to Belgium, I was a little skeptic. I'm a scientist, and this is so different world.
What I initially was afraid of was, what if I come unprepared comparison to the others? Or what if I stutter and can't speak English?
Don't be stressed, they are not there to judge you, they are not there to impress you.
I think as a chair we also have a role as big brothers and make sure that people feel comfortable enough, making sure of the well-being of the session, I would say.
Please raise your placards.
Okay, this motion passes.
Try to be very specific. Talking about poverty, you're talking about poverty
in sustainable education.
Experts they were delivering some questions from the delegates and from the chairs about the content in real world. It's important to have some technical stuff that could ensure that the dialogue is indeed on topic and relevant to the current world.
This simulation allows us to explore different skills among the delegates, academic skills, but also transferable skills, human skills, life skills.
They are better afterwards. They are even more motivated. They are completely different in a way that they develop their self-confidence.
Just trying to look from a different perspective that you are usually used to, that is such a good experience.
It was just a positive energy, so I will recommend it.
This is almost the end. You survived, you made it.
UC Louvain is really at the basis of this coordination, which is a form of UN in a certain ways. This is really about sharing.
We had to come to a kind of harmony and a common decision among the 9 universities.
Circle U is, I would say, first a process. It's 9 universities that decided to work together.
Circle U is an open space. It's also a space where you can invent new ways of doing, how we can rethink how we teach with our students. MUN is a fantastic example for that.
Because of the importance of the challenges, the global challenges, we have to work together. There is no choice.
It's kind of a win-win situation, an interesting situation, both for students, for faculty members, and for the various universities.
Well, I must say I'm a bit voiceless, of course, to give a pitch after this. But still, what we wanted to show with this video, and above all with this simulation, is that we should not only think about sustainable education, but we should also do it. And that's what we're trying to do, of course, and Circle U, but also other alliances. But what is sustainable education? Because it's nice to have this motto to some extent, but I guess if we had to do a survey, no one would agree on what is sustainable education. And what the Think and Do Tank of Circle U did, that was led by the chairs, and some of them are present here today, but also with students. We did interviews and also did a bibliographic review of what is sustainable education. And we saw 3 main things to some extent. One is actually what maybe some people would think, well, it's actually education to sustainability. Well, indeed, some people say sustainable education is this, is green education to some extent. Another trend into this is lifelong learning to some extent, and we know that this is also something which is big today. But there is also a third element, which is learning for the longer term to some extent. And these 3 elements form sustainable education. But as I said before, what matters, and maybe this is what we will be also discussing, is that we should not only think and talk about this, but do it. And another example is coming, and here it is.
We hope that the students take in the interdisciplinarity of all the different aspects of climate change, because climate change is par excellence one of the most acute but also very complex problems, where you need to be able to identify the different sub-disciplines.
Coming from a political background, the idea and the possibility of hearing lectures about scientific topics is really something that gives me more opportunity to understand also the global and political issues that we have to face.
We've got students here from across the 9 universities that make up the consortium Circle U, and some of them are also international students studying abroad at those institutions. So we really have a diversity of perspectives and voices.
I study biology, which means I only get a very little part of climate change, and even that's not really implemented in courses. You have people who are also learning this from different countries and also different backgrounds. It's just very, very good.
Interdisciplinarity is very much at the heart of Circle U. Our students come from all sorts of backgrounds and disciplines, and all of them have come together because they want to bring the tools and methods and approaches from their discipline into confronting the challenge of climate change, learn how finance, law, and all these other approaches are needed, not in silos, but actually holistically to tackle something that affects every single dimension of human life.
Well, medical students, so I've only learned about climate change and politics and economy. So it was really interesting, but at the same time really hard and challenging, because there are a lot of terminology that I've never heard of, I usually don't know about. And also I'm meeting a lot of students from all over Europe that's really interesting because you can see a lot of differences between all visions and mindset.
They are just really eager, and they have so many questions, and they discuss with each other. And not very often you experience that you have students who, with respect, engage with each other's positions. They have so much they want to discuss and so much they want to bring to the fore.
I had the opportunity to understand that politics and science are not two words that collide with each other, but they have to be merged together in order to function. So if my path, as I hope to, will envision any possibilities of diplomacy or political engagement, I feel like I had the opportunity and also the responsibility to take into account science as one of the major bases for decision-making.
So this is really an exciting chance to reflect on the topic and to hear questions and consider the material from different perspectives, and to actually then apply this in their future careers. Really does give me hope that we are going to be able to tackle this problem and achieve the future that we hope for.
Thank you. So that was a first glimpse about some activity that we have had during the pilot phase of Circle U, and I will invite now another academic chair, Professor Sandy Tubeuf. Sandy is a professor of health economics at UC Louvain. Amongst many things, her research focus on health inequalities and access to healthcare also. She's one of the academic chairs linked to the Global Health Knowledge Hub, and we have several colleagues, chairs from the Knowledge Hub, the Global Health Knowledge Hub, sorry. And I will pass you the floor also to explain what have been amongst the many things that you have done with the chairs for Circle U.
Thank you. Thanks. That's really nice, actually, for our hub to have the opportunity to talk a bit about the activities we did. So as Kevin just said, I work a lot on inequalities. So I decided, actually, I will start to talk with inequalities. So let me start with this graphical illustration. You may have seen it before. What do you have here? You have average lifespans, and then you have average income, and across different countries. The sizes of the bubbles are actually the sizes of those countries. What can we see here? That income and wealth go hand in hand. They go together. You have actually very often places where people live longer and are richer, and you have places where actually people live shorter lives and live actually poorer. So what do we see here? We see that actually there are differences in how the money is distributed, and those resources are also spread around people. This doesn't surprise you. You knew this already. But while actually the third Sustainable Development Goals aims to ensure healthy lives and also promote well-being across countries, even if actually we have seen a lot of improvement into a life expectancy and also access to income, there are inequalities in health and healthcare access that actually persist. And the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated those inequalities across the globe. While the pandemic has also raised, it's the awareness that health issues are not confined to a single country, a single continent, or supranational organizations. Health issues are transcending national boundaries, and global health is actually concerned with those health-related issues across the planet. And actually, it's not about specific nations. It is here, actually, a good illustration that despite all knowledge, our experience has shown that actually here, with the pandemic, we had actually to look beyond Europe by itself and look at the whole world. So our Circle U Knowledge Hub in global health is building upon a transnational approach as well as an interdisciplinary one. We have here all the academic chairs, and as you can see is that we are representing different countries, but also different disciplines. And this is what we embraced in the activities that actually we've been having. We are not including only people doing medicine. We also have people doing social sciences and humanities. And our research and our background covers really a broad variety of disciplines and subjects that are related to global health. And so when it comes actually to the teaching of global health, which in the end is really one of the missions of Circle U, we've been here trying actually to put forward all our skills. And there is really an importance of approaching the global health challenges from the several angles that we have and that actually we combine here with the methodological tools that we have and our capacity actually to work collaboratively across discipline, social, cultural, economic, and environment. So the project we have developed as academic chairs builds upon this interdisciplinarity of our network, as well as actually our common critical reflection on the legacy of colonialism. So over actually the past 2 years, we've been actually trying to overcome the traditional spread of knowledge organized in narrow and secluded disciplinary and regional pillars. And we tried actually to bring forward the global health, in the academic setting and beyond. So the first actually project that our team put forward was actually trying to get a seed funding altogether, where we were using global health education as an object of research. And so our objective here was actually to carry out a systematic, understanding and survey of the global health, curricula and the didactic concepts that were used in our own university and trying to think around this. We've also organized a number of workshops where we're trying to bring together academics from Circle U, associated partners as well, and practitioners of global health, from the global world. And actually this was, for example, including as well non-governmental organizations. We've been discussing all together how we could transform curricula and teaching models to form leaders in global health for the future. Like any other knowledge hubs, we also had actually a summer school, and we tried actually here to have a summer school that was called Rethinking Global Health. We've been having both lectures, but also some opportunities for active learning, group works, and dilemma-based, reflections. We were really keen to allow the student to reflect on global health actually challenges with their own, critical mindset. And so with the another activity actually we did is that with the University of Belgrade, we've been delivering public lectures in global health, trying here to reach out beyond academia and also the larger public and making them aware of the global health issues. What I think is really important, and that's what is at the bottom of my slide here, is that in all the activities we've been putting forward, we're really trying actually to involve the students and the early career researchers to have their voice being actually expressed here and participative. We've been also striving to involve academics and non-academic stakeholders that actually did matter for us and actually were coming from across the globe. And what I would like to finish with is that actually with a workshop we organized ahead of the World Health Summit that was taking place in Berlin last year, we decided actually to make a common statement on how actually we were regarding the global health education in European universities. And so what we actually established here is 4 different recommendations that we think are really key to foster the global health education, to make sure that actually the trainings are not scattered, but actually much more focusing on the main issues. So here is the first recommendation. We would like to address expertise in the global health and increase awareness across all relevant disciplines at all stages of university education. This recommendation entails 3 aims. Identify relevant global health educational resources that are pertinent to all disciplines. Advance cross-disciplinary communication skills and develop cross-cultural competencies across education. Recommendation number 2, to decolonize global health in university education. This recommendation entails 3 aims. Raise awareness on the colonial past of global health. Analyze and understand post-colonial asymmetrical power relations today. And develop the teaching of global health as equitable activity between a representative from the so-called Global South and North alike. Recommendation 3, to develop new platform for global health education. This recommendation entails 3 aims: integrate representative from non-academic institutions in the academic teaching of global health, create physical, virtual, blended space for collaborations between North-South and South-South, develop transnational partnership to teach global health within Europe. And recommendation 4, to develop research-led learning programs in global health, which entails another 3 aims: develop sustainable capacity building programs in global health research, develop equitable multilateral partnership and learning research platform between universities and or non-academic institutions representing the so-called Global South and the Global North, attract sustainable financial support for research-led learning in global health from Europe. Thank you for your attention.
I'm going to take this one, just to move a bit, and after I will be seated. So thanks a lot, Sandy and Min, for those speech. Again, it was to give you a kind of glimpse about what happens during the pilot phase of CircleU. As you see, various and many different initiatives to rethink about what we are doing in terms of higher education and training, and also to address global challenges. And I think that the recommendation of the global health academic chairs are really in line with also addressing those global challenges. So as I mentioned in introduction, I will now invite the different panelists, and I will put that there. I will invite first Karel Van Acker. Professor Van Acker is professor of circular economy at KU Leuven. He's also really involved into sustainable education. He's also involved in the, yeah, you can sit, I will sit here and you can sit here, sorry. And he's also involved since the really day one of Una Europa, another alliance, of course, with KU Leuven and, for example, the Freie Universität Berlin. He's active in the self-steering committee sustainability, and he will also share his point there. I will invite now Therese Zang. Therese is a deputy director at the European University Association. She's involved in the higher education policy service unit there. She has been contributing a lot to develop policy making in learning and teaching, of course. She has a long background also working with those aspects in European policy in higher education. She has been involved also in the Quality Assurance Agency in Belgium, so I'm really pleased to see Therese. I will invite Erlend Haag. Erlend is one of the former CircleU student union representative. Since the really beginning, in fact, the students of the 9 university decided to set up by themselves, we didn't ask them, to set up a CircleU student union there. Erlend has been really active from the start of CircleU, establishing that with the other colleagues from the other university. And of course, he will provide also his view during the pilot phase of what we have done. And last but not least, I will invite Julie Anderson. Julie is a policy officer at DG EAC, Education and Culture at the European Commission. She's working mainly, I would say, but there are many other things on the strategy for university at the EU, and she's tackling also quality assurance aspect, recognition aspect, and sustainability, of course, in general. So you can upload them maybe. Thank you. And I will sit now. Maybe if I can start, you have seen two contributions for the colleagues from CircleU, and as for the previous panel session, I would like maybe you to share maybe one thing or one element or two, if you want, that struck maybe your mind in seeing those speeches, those videos, etc. Therese, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Yes, does it work? Yes, it works. Yes, thank you, Kevin. If I would, well, I need to say just one thing to start with, right? I would say what struck me and what I found really interesting is this common thread of making students really at the center, giving them the possibility to be at the center of their own learning. So student-centered learning is not exactly a new concept, neither in the history of pedagogy nor in the policy circles, let's say. We would remember that in the context of the Bologna process, it was already put on the table by the European ministers back in 2012 perhaps, or 15, yes. But I think we need somehow of a little kick here, coming from the grassroots level, coming from practice, coming from institutions, perhaps also as a message to policymakers that student-centered learning is still alive. And I very much like the way Manja this morning, our keynote, spoke about that in terms of student agency, and in terms also of empowerment, and not only developing student agency, but also developing staff agency, so teachers agency to actually address, to solicitate, to design the right learning experiences for students, and to basically go along the whole way with them in a way. So this kind of student partnership that is at the core of, well, many of those examples, but also probably some other examples you would have in the context of your alliance, but also in the context perhaps of other alliances. So I think this is very important, and also the way it really enables those rightful connections, that this whole concept of being interconnected between silos, we talked a little bit about that, but it's basically how to make sense really of those organic links between research and teaching, so going research-based in terms of learning, etc., and also activating those learning communities that can really actively engage together. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Therese. Karel, do you want maybe to share one point that struck your mind? I know you have the experience of Nuna Europa, but maybe something else that you saw in this video
sure.
and shared?
Well, I was very much inspired by the Circle U MUN. By coincidence, I know it very well, MUN, since my oldest daughter has chaired the KUL MUN some years ago. And what I see is that students really they learn to have empathy, to know what the point of view is, the point of perspective of others. And for me, that's really in the core of systems thinking. And so, which is a skill that also is very important for sustainability education. So it's not only about learning about how the system works or transferring knowledge. It's not only about the overall view, but it's really learning what the different perspectives are, and experiencing that is really important. And on top of that, I liked it also very much that they model the United Nations, which refers for me very much to the SDG 17, which is a bit underestimated, I would say, but it's very important if you want to build a more sustainable world, to talk about the governments and to learn how that can work. So yeah, very nice example.
Thank you, Karel. Julie, do you have something that you want to share after seeing that and hearing to our colleagues?
Thank you. Is that working? Yes, perfect. I think for me, I actually found the first video very emotional, very moving, and I think what came across was the empowerment, and you could really see these students, their confidence building, their sense of global citizenship throughout the process, and I think sometimes the problems we face globally can seem so all-encompassing and so huge. And I think by working with students in this way, where you really empower them and encourage them to act as well, and that from that then they have more confidence to break out of silos, they're being supported, they can work, they have a better sense of global citizenship, they can try to understand other people's perspective. I thought it was very interesting as well in the second video where you had I think the politics student was saying about learning science, to think about science. You had the medical student saying that she had learned different terms and a different way of communicating. So for me, I think the key thing I took away from it was empowerment, and then maybe personally what I took away from it was hope as well.
Thank you. Erland, you are an insider, but still after looking at those videos and hearing from Min and Sandy, is it something that is striking you?
Yeah, it's like the first thought that comes to my mind is to see how pleased the students are. They clearly appreciate those kinds of extracurricular activities, and it just shows how in sessions like that you can create a space for critical thinking, for critical thought, ethical thought, and it's a way of making students talk together and in the end become better global citizens. So the students is by far the most striking thing for me.
Thank you. I will maybe come back later on these extracurricular activities and the importance for students. But maybe to start the discussion with you, Karel, I see that you have a pin, interesting one, with the SDGs. We know your role that you played also about sustainability in Una Europa and also, of course, at KU Leuven. We have heard from Min that we have thought about what is sustainable education, but it's still a lot of discussion about that, etc. But I wanted maybe to ask you to share a bit the experience that you had in Una Europa with this self-steering committee on sustainability. I think it's an interesting concept. Concepts are always nice, then in practice it's sometimes a different story. But maybe I wanted to a bit have your thought and what have happened in Una Europa in terms of sustainable education and what you have done.
Yeah, okay. So if you talk about sustainable education in UNA, there are three, let's say, leading principles. So at the core of it is interdisciplinarity, but I heard this is also in the Circle U the case. It's for all the pillars of UNA, it's the most interdisciplinary one. And that's really needed. The second one is that it is very transnational, which is obvious for a European university, I would say. But it's a bit a MUN organization on a small scale, I would say. And the third one is that we are all very research-based universities. So the focus is also on research-based sustainability education. We really want people to be well informed on real facts and figures and also build new knowledge with the things they learn. So we try to do all these aspects at all levels of education, from bachelor to lifelong learning. Lifelong learning has also been mentioned here. And to give you some examples, we created a micro credential on sustainability. So it's a envelope, let's say, of MOOCs, online education, which can be which can serve bachelor education as well as lifelong learning. It's very versatile. The focus is more on creating better literacy on sustainability to transfer knowledge. It's one aspect, of course, of sustainability education. Yeah, that's quite successful, and this envelope of MOOCs is growing. So we also have created now a group on the global challenges, the title of this afternoon. So that's one thing, and it allows us to experience also with online education and to learn what that can mean for sustainability as well. It's also good for mobility and so forth. A second thing that we did with this self-steering committee, by the way, self-steering means that we create our program ourselves and do the work mainly ourselves as well. Was a way of creating lifelong learning short-term programs. 1-2 weeks, 1 week online, 1 week live. And we target mainly people with already some professional experience. And the first lifelong learning programs we have run were targeting policymakers, mainly on waste management, water management, and things like that. And the major project we are actually working on is our Bachelor of Sustainability. That's quite challenging, I have to say. We really wanted to create a bachelor. I think there still is a gap in education there. It starts very interdisciplinary with all kind of fields together, 1 year in Krakow, and then the 2 other years, the 2 further years of the bachelor are tracks. There is tracks on track on law, on ethics, on economics, on management and engineering, the track that we are leading in Leuven, and then another track on physics and chemistry. So that you also have some more, let's say, focused disciplinary knowledge as well, combined with a general background of sustainability, and to look at those things from the beginning from a sustainability perspective. And that's the new aspect, I think, of that kind of bachelor, that you really take that perspective from the very beginning in higher education. And we know that this kind of bachelors are quite popular. We have to start, so that is foreseen for the next academic year. But we have another bachelor in European Studies, and the first year they attracted already 270 students. So that's really very successful, I would say. And we hope the same, of course, for sustainability.
May I ask you maybe another question, an additional one? Initially, when you started to think about sustainability within Una Europa, of course, we are within an alliance, like-minded university, research bits, etc. But still, there is a great diversity. Yeah. Have you faced some challenges also from at the very start when you had more conceptual discussion on sustainability, etc. How maybe have you managed that within the alliance there?
Yeah, that's a good question. Of course, there are differences in approach, and I have to say that I also learned a lot. And to give you one example, the very first meeting we had about sustainability education, there was a professor of Paris 1, and he's a professor in arts, and that was for me a completely new perspective, how arts can also contribute to sustainable education. But along the way, you learn to see each other's approach, and I have to say, the major discussions we have today are about practical things, tuition fees and things like that, but not that much on the content. We found each other, but you need a lot of discussion and interaction. Of course, you need to communicate with each other a lot to learn what the perspectives are.
Thank you. Maybe jumping directly to Julie. I'm sorry, I'm changing a bit the order there, so sorry for that. But we know that within the European strategy for university, sustainability, being sustainable education or environmental sustainability, is high on the agenda. When you see, for example, the things that have been done in CircleU, other initiative in Una Europa, how do you see those initiatives contributing to maybe the political objective that you had, the policy objective that you had at the European Commission? Do you see that we are, answering what you had maybe in mind at the EU level to answer also the challenge of tomorrow?
Yes, definitely. And I was involved in testing the Una Europa micro-credentials in sustainability, which was fascinating to do. But I mean, definitely, there are so many inspirational examples. And I know when the European universities started, coinciding with COVID, to add an extra challenge to the working together. I know the aims were that sustainability would be part of their DNA, that they would have challenge-based approaches, interdisciplinary approaches, and then when I look at the examples and look at everything that's there, so just even when I was preparing for this and looking what the original aims were, and then looking at the examples, and I had to cut them down from the joint degree programs to there's one like CEU, where there's an observatory for the sustainable blue economy. There's multiple European universities are now offering micro-credentials. There's UFE, which has a student journey program, which incorporates volunteering. There's also Charm EU as well, that has a joint program, and there's just so much happening. And I think for the students who get to take part in this, and then for the staff who get to be involved, it's just so, it must be so inspirational as well. And I guess from our point of view in the Commission, we're maybe now, last year was our maybe big green year, where we had the green pillar in the European strategy for universities. We also had the council recommendation on learning for the green transition, which was addressed to member states and looks at all sectors of education and looks at systems, institutions, teachers, students. We also worked with the Joint Research Centre and had Green Comp, which is Sustainability Competence Framework, a reference framework. Then out of that, I organised a peer learning activity where 10 member states and came together, so a mixture of governments and universities came together to talk about what they're doing to further whole institution approaches and systemic approaches. So that was all last year. So maybe this year is less obviously green, but now we're looking more at the barriers as well. So within that, looking at how to further the joint programs, looking at quality assurance issues, looking at how to empower staff. So we're also going to bring forward an initiative on academic careers. So we're also working on a higher education observatory where we'll be strengthening graduate tracking and how to measure, including sustainability, how many people are working in it, what they're doing. So with us, when we talk about systemic and whole institutional approaches, we're trying to do it ourselves. And I guess that's what we're doing this year and next year, mainly. I don't know if that was quite a long answer, but we're trying to support the European universities in everything they're doing.
Just interestingly, in fact, I didn't mention that before you joined the European Commission, you were working at permanent representation of Ireland, and so you have also a background of working for member states. So you said that indeed, I think it's really high on the agenda of the European Commission. But of course, it's not only the European Commission. We need also the member states to do that. And how do you see, also, again, from your perspective, knowing that we have political change when you see the member state with maybe some government that are less convinced about, the critical challenge linked to climate or sustainability and things like this. How do you think that we could push also that the member states also are taking the responsibility there on those aspects?
I think from my experience, both being a member state and then negotiating with member states as the Commission, I find that there is an awareness, there is a commitment, very strong awareness. I think with the member states, they have a lot else as well. And so what's key is to keep the pressure. So I think that's something that people working in higher education institutions, stakeholders, students can do, is just keep that pressure there. When we did the peer learning activity and the outcomes from that, the calls to member states were to look at their policy framework, so to strengthen their systemic approaches, because some higher education institutions who took part felt that too often it was reliant on a core group of very dedicated people within the institution, but that they needed systemic support, and that systemic support should be financial incentives, but also staffing incentives, also recognition beyond academic recognition, but valuing the work they were doing. They also talked about the potential to contribute to regional and local innovation, so they felt they wanted more support from member states to do that. But I would say that from the member states, there is a commitment there as well. But we just have to remember education is a member state competence, but there is a commitment from them. We found that last year very strongly.
Thank you. So we were talking about the European Commission, the member state, and now coming back maybe to Therese. In your position, being working at the EUA, you have, of course, I would say, a helicopter view on what is happening in the university in Europe. Do you think, maybe a more provocative question, do you think that
we are here about greenwashing, in fact, when all the universities are talking about sustainability and sustainable education. Is it really something that you have the impression universities are taking it seriously, and that it's something that can really become systematic, and that we really want to work on that based on the different initiatives that you have seen in teaching and learning, etc.?
Oh, that was a provocative question. Yeah, well, greenwashing, yes, it's a vast question. I think there are initiatives, and not only initiatives, I think there is a trend, actually, at universities that is not exactly new, for taking a bit, taking forward, but also taking seriously their responsibility in a more global world, and this with a particular eye on sustainability, but also on environmental sustainability more precisely. We, EUA conducted a survey, it was already, I think it was in 2020 or even before, on greening. So we did not really mention the word sustainability here precisely because we thought it was, it can be multifaceted. So we really used the term greening. And we tried to have a little survey there for universities to tell us what they have in terms of greening. The publication is still available on our website. And yes, it turned out it's not a niche trend, let's say. Yeah? So I think many universities, actually the majority of universities, would say, yes, we have something. We have something. We have actually many things. The question to me is really how you bring that together. So how transformational is that for universities' strategies? How do you actually act on it? So basically, what do you do with it? How does that translate into, well, education? How does that translate into the way you conduct research, into the way you want to partner for research, into the way you address, well, transnational cooperation generally? So I think it's less a question of, is it greenwashing? Okay, I'll take on me to answer, no, it's not greenwashing. But I think it's really a question of how to strategize, perhaps it's a neologism in English here, but how to make it a strategy, but in a way that it translates into something concrete, and something concrete not only because there's a nice window there to dress for the external world, but something concrete in which the university community members would recognize themselves and recognize their, okay, so there is this thing here and this thing there, and actually it touches upon something I personally can act upon as a student, as a teacher, etc. So there are things there that I can actually contribute to as a member of that university. So I don't think we are there. Well, if somebody has cracked the code, most welcome. We can talk over the break as well. But I think it's very much a work in progress. But I wouldn't see this huge endeavor actually becoming a reality if we don't take a look closer into not only what we ambition to do, but also how this actually talks into people who all together could really make a difference.
Maybe just elaborating, just a further question on that. So you said that, in fact, it's also about university taking their responsibilities. Mm-hmm. And you said that through transnational cooperation, there can be a leverage there. Do you see from your point of view that maybe the alliances is a stronger leverage to maybe really act and take the responsibility, that university, in comparison to other type of transnational cooperation?
Okay, so yeah, here if I detach that from the greening and environmental sustainability conversation from before, more generally in terms of a curriculum, you won't get me saying, oh, it's the model that will change radically the way we do curriculum, because of course there are other ways and there are many ways, and I think actually it's great and it's needed that we have diverse ways to do that. But what is certain is that the way alliances, transnational alliances work by nature would challenge the mono-system, mono-country way of doing curriculum. And perhaps it also contributes to magnify and to give another momentum to challenges that have been identified already a long time ago, actually related to joint programs, why it's so difficult to have joint degrees, the mutual recognition issues between different countries, and I mean, you name it, you know, all issues that were already there in terms of transnational cooperation, but that were perhaps more at, well, I wouldn't say at niche level, but I mean, to be honest, before the alliances, etc., how many joint degrees one university could say they have? So it's still it was still a minority compared to the whole bulk of degrees and their education offer in general. So I think the fact that alliances are becoming a model also contributes to modelize, in a way, the challenges that have been there, but that are now to be taken forward a bit more seriously, perhaps. So I really expect and I hope that this is also a signal for, for policymakers, not only at European level, but also at member states level, to really assess a bit what we have, what do we already have in our little toolbox, you know, and what the system enables and what the systems hinders in terms of making those transnational cooperation to happen.
Thank you. Coming to Ellen now, so we have seen in the pitches that a lot of the activities that we're addressing in a way or another, sustainable education or sustainability, were through extracurricular activities. Do you think that in a way it's enough? Is it again just an extra thing that we are doing and offering to the students? Or should we really try to, again, and it's a bit linked to the question of Therese, try to really systemize that? Because also my impression is that students are asking to, you know, get the skills and competences linked to that. So do you think that we should continue just to offer a lot of extracurricular, that we know that not all the students will be able to follow neither and things like this? Or what is your perspective on that?
I'm glad you're asking for my perspective and not the 500,000 students of Circle U, because I'm sure there would be a lot of different answers. I'm both happy and unhappy of being finished with my 7 years at the university studying, but I think one of the main points that is important to address is that there is no one-size-fits-all approach in higher education, but in general I think the students do want, and they are seeking, a more relevant and interdisciplinary educational experience, so to speak, and with, like, as mentioned earlier today, with the attention span and new generation, I think we have to think more outside of the box, and extracurricular activities such as the ones that Min showed in the pitch is a fantastic example of how we can do those kinds of activities. That said, they are not replacing the normal study life on campus, because it's very, very important, I think, to have some kind of in-depth knowledge regarding your discipline. But I do think that we need to respond more to the global issues that we are facing, and I do really appreciate all the new initiatives that are coming up. And as we've seen in the pitches as well, that the students recognize the value of these kinds of activities, and they provide the opportunities to acquire some practical skills, to meet students from different cultures, to engage in like classroom activities that where you actually have to be physically there and not behind some screen on TikTok or whatever. So I think to meet people and to solve real world issues based on your disciplinary knowledge, it's a really nice way of doing things. And additionally, and as also Manja mentioned earlier today, and as I also mentioned, there's no one-size-fits-all. I think to have think about the student agency and to let them have some autonomy to tailor their own university experience so that it can reflect their goals, career goals, what they want to do with their lives, and also what they want to do to face these global issues. If it's like climate change or social justice or whatever, I think it's important that we let them and we give them that freedom to explore and to not lose the interest, because the interest is what drives the seeking person. And if we put them in the cage and say, you will do this and this and this, then I think we will have students that end up facilitating for more global issues. So I think it's important that we make sure that the interest and fascination lives on in the future of students.
Maybe a small provocative question. You have been engaged a lot in the student democracy at the University of Oslo in KUSU. Have you seen through your career as student, engaged people, engaged student? Do you think that the authority of Oslo has done enough? The university have done enough? Sorry for. I'm just saying it's because you were in Oslo, so I would not ask you if Louvain or Paris Cité have done enough, etc. But do you see from a student, point of view and student democracy point of view, are they taking it seriously, as Therese said, and taking really their responsibility? You're not anymore student, so you can. It's okay.
I will look you straight in the eyes, Björn, when I answer this question. But I must say, and this is me being really honest, that the management of the University of Oslo have been really, really great in involving the student representatives. We've had a friendship with an arm's length distance, and it's been very clear from both parties that it's allowed to have split opinions, and we have had feisty discussions both before and after beers. And there are, of course, things that we disagree with, and there are things that we agree with. But all in all, I want to also salute the management at the University of Oslo for involving students from a very, very early stage into the process. And I don't think that if I did not receive that kind of respect that I did from the Svein Stern back in the days, 2018, I don't think that I would have even bothered created Circle U Student Union. But he made me believe that my voice counts, and I think also that we have shown to be a resource for Circle U. So I want to pat myself on the shoulder and also give a small shout out to Svein Stern.
Thank you, Erlen. Maybe we can open up to the floor here and for questions from the audience. I'm sure that you have questions or reflection for the panel. I think our colleague from King's College London. I'm not sure with the light, but I think it's you.
Yeah, Duško from King's College. Yeah, I have a question for Ireland. Actually, from student perspective, how you mentioned that you appreciate interdisciplinarity, but also that there is a need for depth of learning in your own subject. So how you as a student manage that? Do you expect guidance from us, from university, to manage for you, or you think that you are equipped from the beginning, that you as a student know what is the right measure?
It's personally, I think I was equipped. No, it's a good question, and I don't think there's no one size fits all either to this question. I think we have different backgrounds, and but I think to have the university must support students, especially new students, the first couple of 2 years at the university. I think that those years are super important to get the the basic knowledge on track, and then you can see that the students will start to grow. So I think it depends also what you're studying, and I've studied like political science with extremism and religion involved, so I've been like all over philosophy and political science and very like interdisciplinary. So I don't know that much else, but to have some kind of ID who Foucault is maybe a good starting point for someone studying my field. So I'm very glad that I got introduced to him in an early stage.
Before taking another question, maybe to react on that and ask Karel, you mentioned the bachelor that you are working on in Una Europa. Is it also maybe an answer to the question that our colleague from King's asked? Is it also you decided to go for bachelor because you thought that it's really important to equip the student from the first cycle really early on with this kind of interdisciplinary competence, this kind of thinking, etc.? Was it the rationale? What was the rationale to to have a bachelor? Because most of the time we are developing John Master or Cotutel or things like this. John Bachelor, it's more complicated, of course.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons, and we have seen that many students also were looking for something very interdisciplinary to start with, to orient themselves a bit towards what they really want to do. And I think starting with the sustainability perspective offers a very good answer to that. But it's another answer to that question would be from my part that what we do might be a bit niche, might be additional things, but it really has to trickle down into the curricula, in other curricula, the disciplinary curricula of engineers, economists, and law students, and so forth. And I also do believe that already in the bachelors we really need to introduce that. And with UNA, we also hope that with our approach, we inspire all the member universities to not only do that we did in the UNA context and the UNA programs, but also in their current curricula.
Thank you. Maybe another question or comments here? Yes, Dana?
I have a question for Julie. We're talking about transnational cooperation, global challenges, and we've heard from our global health knowledge hub, but I know it's also in other alliances, but that kind of transnational cooperation goes beyond Europe. So what are the thoughts at the moment about how keeping it even larger or making it larger than just European universities?
Thank you. I'm afraid I can't give you a definitive answer on that. I know it's something that my colleagues are looking at, and I know there's a strong sense of how important that is as well. I mean, there are when you're not a member of the EU, but you're still you can be a partner university, but I know there is a strong push to go beyond that as well. But I can't give you an exact answer. It's something that I think will be looked at in the context of future development of the initiative.
May I ask, developing on that, and that's good because I wanted to ask the chairs of the Global Health, how do you see that indeed? You mentioned, Sandy, that you are thinking about education on global health, and that, of course, the collaboration with the so-called Global South, etc., is really important. But what do you think we should do in the future? And maybe you wanted Jean-Philippe to answer that, or Sandy? You can both also speak. Huh? It's also authorized.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what we try to do, so far, it's been having really the voice as well from the Global South participating to either our workshops as well as our summer schools. So I really think, that there are initiatives and things that are done, in this part that our students need to know about. So I think this is really important. Then actually looking forward, in the future, I think, the backbone of all these things is also funding. It's always funding related. And so in our case, we have actually affiliated partners. So we've been collaborating with the Pasteur Institute. We've been also involving the non-governmental organizations that are related to our universities. But I really think, that Circle U offers this opportunity for affiliated partners. And maybe this is actually what we could do, is trying as well to have an opportunity to have another look towards this place and actually having, people from those different, countries with other experiences to come and talk about. Because even if we're talking here, for challenges, we have the word global, and I think, those challenges are probably even exacerbated in some parts of the world. And this is actually where we need our students to be provided as well with those skills, because they might not be staying in the future in Europe. They will actually also seek opportunities to be in other parts of the world, and this matters. Jean-Philippe, do you want to add something?
If you can present yourself.
So I'm Jean-Philippe Ampana. I'm Global Health Chair at the University Paris-Cité, and in the future I would be nominated as Academic Director of the Global Health Hub. Just to follow on what Sandy has said, first of all, from a student perspective, it's interesting to see that this question of the relationship between the Europe and Global South is something very important for them. And during the summer school session, we have plenty of discussion around how to establish balanced relationship between Europe and Global South. So this is something we should definitely continue. And behind this question, there's the issue of decolonization of global health. That is a very important topic in the hub. For the future of our hub, we discuss indeed of emphasizing this relationship. And as far as I'm concerned, we will try to also to get the perspective from people from the Global South, meaning that we will plan to be closer to people working in these countries, but also in terms of institutions. So we're starting developing some collaboration with the WHO in Africa. So we have plenty of project ideas around this. And if I may continue on another ideas.
Of course.
It's more a comment than a question, and this has been said by Carol, but also to echo with what we discussed this morning about the challenge around the interaction between students and academics. We got the perspective from the specific context of Harvard. We had a testimony from you in terms of the difficulty in our European university to have close interaction between student and academics. And I would just say that maybe also it seems that from the videos we've seen this afternoon, we're quite successful in the context of Circle U to be interdisciplinary and also to have close collaboration or interaction between student and academics. And I would just, as you suggested, that this kind of model could be used and disseminated across our local university to serve as model or example. And of course, it raises issues around human resources, fundings, but just to emphasize on the model Circle U could constitute for our local university in terms of student teaching and teachers' collaborations.
Thank you, Jean-Philippe. Any other question or comment or reaction on those various aspects? I don't know if the panel want also to react on that. No? So we still have 10 minutes. So what I would propose, I'm a bit changing the plan, I'm sorry for that. You know that when you see what we have tried to do by organizing this conference, it's to answer one question. And the question was basically, do the European University Alliances transform higher education? If you had to answer to that in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, what will be your answer? So who wants to start this small exercise? So that was the basic question that we asked for the conference. Do basically the alliances are changing and transforming higher education? Erland. That's the student that, you know, the former student. You're not anymore student.
Okay. So,
no, please.
So I think that I've been thinking about this question for the last 5 years, I think. And sometimes I think, oh, we are the saviors of European higher educations. And then I think, again, like, if I have a bad day, like, this is just another another joke in the big grand theater of European higher education. And then I think, like, no. we're probably somewhere in the middle. We're probably somewhere in the middle. We are not the saviors, and we are not the big joke in the grand theater. So I think we are seeing some really great initiatives, and there is a lot of great processes that are rolling. And I think those processes in itself is very valuable for European higher education.
Thank you, Ellen. So not a big joke. Julie, are we a big joke? It's not about you and the European Commission. The joke is everybody.
So, yeah, I think there's nothing like testing your big ideas when you you have a first-year student in the household. So my stepdaughter's a first-year student of medicine, so I was like, do you have a sense that you're part of a European university, or do you feel you're just part of your university? And she was like, what? And I said, so you're part of a European university, and do you know what that is? And she's like, a university in Europe? I'm not going to name the European university. Anyway, then after a few more questions, she was like, oh yeah, there was a display and I got a free bag. So yeah, I do. So I think sometimes in the Commission, maybe we can get a bit carried away. And I think going forward with the initiative, I think need to maybe work, well, we were talking a bit before we started about sort of working out what that means for the students and the staff. I think, so thinking about that, I think the answer I would give from the Commission is that of course it's transformative. The answer I'd give maybe from the students' perspective is maybe higher education itself is transformative. And the extent to which you're part of a European university is to think about what it means for you, maybe. So if it means the chance to have mobility experiences and take part in really fantastic interdisciplinary programs, really take your curriculum that's out of the book, out of your online platform, and put it into practice by engaging in community work, by engaging in societally relevant research. So I guess maybe this is, maybe because I've been questioning it myself, because I know what I think it means, but then when I talk to my student, I'm like, I see a different view. But definitely I think it has the potential and to be seen.
Thank you, Julie. I don't know, Therese or Carol? Who wants to start?
Yeah, I will give an answer as chairman of the Sustainability Council and not as faculty dean, since there is a clear difference between both, I guess. What I see is that it opens up quite a lot of perspectives, and it gives the opportunity to think out of the box and do really new, innovative things. The boundary condition, of course, is that the administration may not grow too much, and that's the answer of the faculty dean, who is seeing, of course, a lot of extra administration. But it triggers, at least it triggers also our people within the universities to change their way of thinking about sustainability, the place of sustainability within education, and by the things we are creating in Una Europa. That's really an example for us and a good argument to motivate our colleagues to also look at the current programs within the universities. So for me, as a chairman of the Sustainability Council, it certainly is worth doing it, and it's a good a good example. But of course, I know that there are different perspectives. So,
Therese?
I had all this time to think about my answer, but actually, I have to say I don't know. I don't know. But what I would like to say here, I think it holds alliances, so the model of alliances holds the potential to at least transform the way we work in higher education and the way students learn in higher education. So that's already something, I would say. That's already something. This being said, I think it's important to remind here, something that has been already mentioned this morning is that there are multiple forms of collaboration, but what really matters here is that to not lose of sight the academic focus of transnational cooperation, why we are doing it, basically, why we are doing it. Alliances can be a great vehicle, but perhaps there are other ways. There are other ways to carry it out. And there are other ways that are also complementary, but that also coexist within universities that are part of the alliances. I'm sure you all have some examples in mind of what I'm talking about. In the Erasmus Plus program, there are also, and there's always been actually a strand for cooperation project of all sorts, and it's important to keep this variety of ways to collaborate, smaller scale, bigger scale, more integrated scale, etc., disciplinary scale, whatever. I think some of the alliances were also born from existing cooperation, and existing cooperation that, because they survived in a way, were successful and can transform into something else, something more integrated. So I feel like saying here, does that transform higher education? I don't know. Honestly, I have no clue. But let's grow the baby together, and then we see what kind of grown-up it becomes.
Thank you. That's really nice concluding words, I think, Therese. Thanks a lot. So I think that thanks to your efficiency, you have won 3 minutes for the coffee break, which is really good. So a big applause to our panelists, not only for that, but for the contribution, of course. From a very selfish point of view, I thought it was really interesting. I hope that you enjoyed also. So we will come back here at 4:45. Is it? Yeah, 4:45, and we will have the chance to hear from Professor Liviu Matei some kind of concluding keynote, and of course after some concluding words from our colleague Puk and from Björn Stensacker from Oslo. Thank you very much.
Talk, and it's really my great pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker, Professor Liviu Matei. So Liviu Matei is head of the School of Education at King's College London. He's specialized in higher education and public policy. Now, he taught in many universities in Europe and also in the US. That's certainly a very global perspective on higher education. He's also a consultant for numerous organizations such as the Council of Europe, European Commission, also UNESCO, the World Bank, and he founded also several centers and observatories related to the topics of teaching excellence, also to promote research and also to promote academic freedom, very important aspects of higher education. So we are extremely honored that you accepted to give your food for thought to us.
Well, thank you very much, Dana, for the invitation and for this very kind introduction. We are at the end of a long day, long 2 days for some of you. So what else can be asked, and what else can be added to the answers that have already been provided? So in my time today, I will try probably 2 things to keep it short. One is to go back to the very question that was discussed in the. It's the green one, yes. That was discussed by the last panel, but transform it a little bit. So, are the European universities or the alliances really contributing to transforming higher education in Europe? And I will transform this question by asking it the way it is put on the heading of this conference. are we creating now the university of tomorrow with the alliances? And there was discussion about this already. I think Therese offered a very good answer. The alliances or the European universities can contribute to transforming higher education in Europe and perhaps in the world. But then the question that I would ask, how does this initiative compare with other initiatives? It was Vanessa who said today, don't put all your eggs in one basket. It's not only the European universities that is a big transformational policy initiative at present. And I will show a few other initiatives, perhaps some of them even more important, some of which we talk about, some others we don't talk about. And I will try to answer the question by saying what is special about European University Alliances. You know, what makes us excited about it and what makes us give our time to and energy to this alliance, to this idea. And the second point is more of an appeal, which I will try to back with an analysis. So I really sincerely believe that the European Universities Initiative is a great, daring, unprecedented initiative, but in order to succeed, universities should assume their responsibility, moving away from just implementing something that is largely given to us from the outside and take part in defining this something itself. And this is an appeal which, as I said, I promise I will try to back with an alliance. Now, as a way to do all this, I will take a cue from Manja, and I should say how much I admire her this morning, as I have always admired her, not only for the insight, for the expertise that she's bringing, but for the humane warmth that that she brought to us. I cannot compete with that, but my way of coping with this would be to try to make everything very personal, if you allow me. And personal not in the sense it is about me, yes, it is about me as well, but about all of us as individuals, students, academics, staff. So not only about policy initiatives, institutions, be them universities or other institutions, theories, long durée development and others. So I will try to keep in mind this idea that this is all about real life people, about their lives, and also about lives of others who will come after us. So, it is very interesting, and I'll stop here for a moment. I don't know if you realize today, colleagues, I think I can call people from the Commission colleagues, they always talk about European Universities Initiative. The others, they talk about alliances. I mean, this is quite symptomatic already, so why is it so? But this European University Initiative, I really believe, and I can claim some knowledge about this, having worked all my life in higher education policy. It's one of the most daring and also innovative initiatives ever, perhaps in higher education, not the most innovative, but one of the most innovative ever in higher education and in the European Union for sure. And this is not a minor thing, because there were quite a few very daring European Union initiatives in higher education. If we go back from Erasmus to the ERC, the entire Lisbon strategy, and you can name it, Horizon, to the extent it concerns higher education. There are quite a few, and it is remarkable that the Commission still has the commitment and the competence and the energy to come up with yet another very daring initiative, and I will say a little bit later, which also goes against counter-currents at present. Now, of course, there is the question that was asked today, will this initiative succeed? Well, I don't know. If anybody knows the future, please raise your hands and tell us, and we go home. But it may, as a matter of fact. There is great potential, and it was mentioned a few times today, there is great potential with this initiative. It may succeed as it is designed to succeed, or perhaps not exactly like that, but it may still succeed. And even if it doesn't succeed fully, it is really a candidate for changing the face of higher education, transforming higher education in in the EU, in Europe, this is another question that we can discuss, at least in some ways, and this will have an impact, a long-term impact on higher education, but also outside higher education. So we have to realize that when we think about the responsibility of higher education institutions. So now let me make it very, very personal, as I promised. Now, I have thought of myself as a Bologna soldier, and I'll explain Bologna process soldier. And, you know, the military metaphors are awful at this time. Perhaps they have always been. But let me compare that. Let me put this in terms of a journey. And you are all familiar with Tolkien's book, The Hobbit, and if not, or both with the book and the films about the unexpected journey, this very reluctant hobbit in a God-forsaken settlement who takes out in the world through the darkness but makes remarkable discoveries about others, about himself, contributes to changing something for the better in the world. So really an unexpected discovery. So, you know, when I was a student, undergraduate student in the late 80s in Romania, I was a little bit like Bilbo. I learned French first and then English as languages that I thought I should read. But I never had a hope that I didn't even think that I would have a chance to speak, you know, French or English. So you realize why I don't speak well even now. And then everything changed after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the fall of communist regimes, but in Europe even more after 1999, 2000, with the Bologna process and with the Lisbon strategy at the beginning. And, you know, very soon after graduating from my bachelor program in Romania, I became Director General at the Ministry of Education. And one day in the summer, I prepared a brief for my minister who went in Italy somewhere to sign something. It was not very clear what was. That was the Bologna Declaration, right? That I had the chance to draft the memo telling him about this is what people talk about. Nobody knew exactly what it will be like. And then all kind of other things change, you know, exchanges, big European initiatives in higher education. So it was, you know, I consider myself really lucky, you know, if I were to stay where I was, my life would be very different. And it's not only because of that, but what happened in Europe during this time is unprecedented historically in higher education and also compared to other parts of the world. And this is just one sloppy illustration. What you see there with blue is what could be a map of the Bologna process, but of course Russia is suspended at present, the European higher education area. Russia should be, I don't know, not blue in any case, and Belarus also suspended, and Greenland should be blue as a matter of fact, because there is a university there and they are part of the European higher education area. But this idea of creating a space of dialogue and practice that extends from Dublin, including still at present my current country, the United Kingdom, all the way to Kazakhstan, it's quite remarkable. And it's not only, you know, the frames, because we can talk how much of these frames, policies was actually implemented, but a lot has actually happened. So, you know, I'm not a Bologna soldier, but I consider myself a very lucky higher education person who was witness and also participant to a number of initiatives, developments, transformation in higher education that, you know, I couldn't have dreamt of before. So in Europe, we had unprecedented developments, both in the EU and in the European higher education area, including, and we should say this, I believe, very strongly, including European models. We have the European models of degrees. The European model of PhD is not, we can criticize it, but it is a European model. The European model of master degree, it's also a European model. And, you know, I am among those who remember that before 2000, 2003 in Europe, continental Europe, we didn't have master degrees in most countries, or not as we know them today. It was a huge change. All universities in Europe now have master degrees. You know, that was, you know, like a tsunami for European higher education. And that is just one example. We even have European institutions. Think of ECAR, functioning institutions, not EU institutions, European institutions in higher education, not to speak about the fact that we have practices and we have aspirations, if I can I can put it so, which distinguish us from other parts of the world. Social dimension of higher education. It is an aspiration. It doesn't happen as in the Bologna communique almost nowhere, but it is an aspiration which orients the work of many of us in higher education. It doesn't happen at all or not in the same way in other parts of the world. So now you realize a little bit my excitement, not only as a scholar of higher education, as a practitioner of higher education. This has been a formidable time in Europe for higher education. And there was even this idea, maybe there still is, that through higher education, mobility and other things, it is possible to create not only a European ethos, common values, but even European demos, European people. That is big. It was, resisted by many, but it was there, maybe still is in some way there. So it is not minor developments, technical developments here and there during this time, as sometimes we talk about Bologna as a set of reforms in higher education. It was a lot intended reforms. It was a lot more of that. So of course, a lot has changed recently. And these movements towards more higher education, more people to university, bigger support, public support, both symbolic support and financial support for higher education, more support for the idea of European higher education. It's not there as it used to be because of Brexit. So Brexit was a big moment of a cold shower, the war in Ukraine, the ascendance of populism, or I should say populisms, in many European, including European countries, and authoritarianism as well. So this made some of us think that this movement towards more higher education, better higher education, more integrated higher education, more European has stopped, or is stopping. So some, I believe, think that, and some think about it with sorrow, others think, well, it's a matter of life, or it is even good. But then, hold on, something happened again, and there is yet another very inspirational, big idea on the table, a European initiative, which goes against this recent development. So that's the picture, you will all recognize it, President Macron, 26 September 2017, is this a new episode in the journey of higher education? I think so. It starts, well, we can dispute. It starts really there or not there, but this is a nice picture. I cannot show you a picture of the European Council when something was decided, so it is more relevant as a starting point. So now, going back to our question or theme for today, creating the University of Tomorrow, to what extent are the European alliances actually transforming higher education and research, which they are supposed to do, they were supposed to do. And also I like very much the subtitle, Looking Back to Move Ahead with Circle U and the Alliances. So if we look back and if we look around, what can we discover? Is this the way ahead in higher education in Europe, the European University Initiative? Is this the way to the university of the future? And if it is so, why? How come this particular initiative will really take us there? I should avoid, I was about to say to the promised land, but again, this is not something one should talk about. And there are other candidates at present, initiatives, policies to shape the future of higher education in Europe. So that's my question, I get to it eventually. What makes the European University Initiative special, inspirational, and engaging, which I believe it is. And now will follow some criticism. So, I'm also fascinated by this question, why are universities as a whole and their internal constituencies all embracing this initiative? Why are university leaders, rectors accepting it? They didn't all accept it at the beginning, one should say. Why are academics, why are students, completely, wholeheartedly accepting, embracing this initiative when, as I will show, they reject or rejected others? And then there's also the other question, who actually decides what is happening in this context and in general? So, I promise to make this personal, but I cannot avoid using a little bit of the tricks of the, of the guild. I will not go into too many, or not at all into theoretical models, but we can say, and I'm happy to be contradicted, that major transformations in higher education come from outside higher education. I challenge you to tell me one example after the Second World War when something major, change, transformational in higher education came from the inside of the higher education sector itself. There are usually external forces which decide, not just influence, the direction of work in the university. So what universities do is sometimes resist pressures to change, try to ignore it, or embrace it eventually, or from the beginning. So I think this is the case here as well. We are talking about an initiative that was not started by universities, and this can be a little bit disputed because, the rumor goes there was this particular former French university president who put it in the ears of not even President Macron, but counselors, and Macron took it over. But then this initiative didn't become an initiative until the European Commission took over. It would not have happened with Macron's speech or the other things. So it is a big, powerful institution took it over and pressed it down the universe. So again, I'm happy to be contradicted at this, but this is how it's happening in general. And by external forces, I mean decisions, policies of initiatives by public authorities. But it's not only that. There are social, economic, political, or geopolitical developments which induce changes in higher education. And also, we should not forget, and I think it's important, very powerful public policy or just public narratives. And I'm not saying it's all in the narratives, but I will try to show how the European University Initiative is actually based on adherence at old narratives rather than new narratives. And this is good, and it's formidable that is happening. So, this is one chart which may seem random, but it has a generative principle which I will eventually disclose. It is on one column we have political, or not political, public policy decision initiatives in the past. In the other column at present, some of them are continuing now, and I will talk a little bit about the GI Bill just to show how major transformation in higher education were resisted fiercely by universities. There was a resistance to Bologna process. The European University Initiative, not quite so. It was rather embraced, and it's interesting to see why. I promise that I will talk at least about one other initiative development at present that might be even bigger than the European University Initiatives, and that is what I call the Fundamental Values Project, and I will say a few words about that. And then there are the EU initiatives, old initiatives and new initiatives, or current initiatives. So just a few words about the GI Bill of Rights of 1944 to see to illustrate how it works. This is a picture that many of you will know, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signing the so-called Service Readjustment Act of 1974, or the GI Bill, June 24, 1944. And this is the beginning of massification, if we are honest about it. So American soldiers were expected to return from the war. What will happen with them? They will go to unemployment, there will be social movements. What can one do with them? And an association for veterans had the idea, why don't we send them to university? And then the Department of Defense, Department of Labor took it over, not the Department of Education, and they created this law saying returning general infanterists can go to university and they will get their fees paid. I mean, this was extraordinary because before this moment, higher education was restricted to the elites. There were no women going to, not a lot to higher education. There were not people who were not rich. There were not African Americans. There were not Jewish people. Now we have nowadays this stereotype that American higher education is dominated by Jews. This was certainly not the case before this. So what did the universities do? They opposed the GI Bill. In a way, we can say they resisted massification. Well, who would resist massification today, the idea of massification in a university? And this is a quote from the then president of Harvard, James Conant, who said, this is a disaster. the GI Bill because these people cannot succeed in higher education. They are not capable of going to these women and poor soldiers and workers and so on. This is the end of higher education, and Harvard will resist, will just simply not accept it. And then if you want another illustration, this is the president of Chicago at that time who said, this initiative will transform colleges and universities into educational hobo jungles. I don't know if you are familiar with this concept. This is, places where workers who don't have a contract come in the morning, they aggregate there, and they wait to be picked up to be taken in construction works or farms. They are brought back in the evening, and they get some. And so this is what this act, sending everybody to universities, is as bad as these hobo jungles. Of course, they couldn't resist it, and that opened the doors to massification. But that's an example of a major transformational initiative coming from outside higher education and then resisted by university. Now, it's not the same picture. This one is color, going back to Macron, and we see students here. In the picture with Franklin, there was no one from education, no one from universities. So how was this initiative received? Well, some university leaders tried to resist it, as a matter, not many, I should say. I remember a meeting of the European University Association funding forum where a rector said, what is this initiative for? Universities do research, teaching, and eventually civic engagement. What else can we do with this initiative? This is idiotic, don't do it. And that university decided not to apply in the first round, but then they really rushed in the second round because they didn't want to be left out, among other things. So there was a little bit of resistance, but not a lot. So that's, this circle should go over the Bologna process. The Bologna process was fiercely resisted by everybody in the university at the beginning. We see where we are now. I thought I checked this. So there is I didn't check all the way, so the formatting is not the same. I wanted to say a few words about the Fundamental Values Project. So this is something remarkable that is happening in the European higher education area. Again, all 48 or 49 countries nominally, I can't remember exactly, minus at this time Russia and Belarus. And what happened is that as a consequence of developments in Europe, repression of higher education in Turkey, the CEU, Central European University Affair, my former university, a process emerged trying to define to adopt common conceptual references at the beginning for the so-called fundamental values of higher education. And now we have a list of 6 values. Why exactly 6? Don't ask me. But this is an official list adopted by ministers of all these countries. And then with the definition of academic freedom, the other values are being defined: integrity, university autonomy, student and staff participation in governance, public responsibility for and public responsibility of higher education. So for the first time, we have a two-page document which says, for all of us in Europe, this is what academic freedom is. It has never happened before. And it will be the same with integrity, the same with university autonomy. A monitoring mechanism is being developed currently that will see whether governments really respect their commitments, because these documents are formulated in terms of commitments. We governments commit to adopt legislation that will protect academic freedom as defined here, and so on. So this is something unexpected in a way, and will also change the face of higher education. It goes a lot under the radar. Universities are not present as a university. And then there are all the European Union initiatives, that some ongoing, some new, the European education area, for example. So many of you will remember it is not the first time that the European Commission is talking about a European education area. Will this succeed? How is this different from the European Universities Initiative? What are the relations between the two? So there's more that is happening there, and everything comes from outside the higher education sector. Now, what is special about the European Universities Initiative? What is the main thrust of this initiative? And this is language from the European Union itself. The European Universities Initiative consists of transnational alliances of higher education institutions paving the way towards the universities of the future. Very nice. What does it mean? Really, right? So is this reasonable that there is this initiative that will pave the way to the future? Is it too ambitious? Is it too vague? Is it just public relations? What is it? So, I think I don't want to caricaturize or not too much. I think that what is the most remarkable in this initiative is the idea of a new model of higher education institution. And new models of higher education institutions don't emerge every 10 years, 20 years, maybe once in a century. And what is proposed here, nominally at the beginning, but there is reality to it, is the idea that we can have transnational universities in Europe. There are no transnational universities anywhere else. So this would be, even the European University Institute is not a transnational university. So this would be new. But what does it mean, transnational, really? It was very interesting in the discussion today, and there were contributions to answering this question. When we discussed about funding, for example, well, the Commission will not fund the entire initiative. We want governments to fund. But being transnational means not being controlled by governments. So who will control, accreditation, other? So there's a clash there, and this is not operationalized. What does it mean, transnational impact? The idea is formidable, and this also helps to answer, perhaps, I put this as a hypothesis, the question, why are we so excited about it? And you may remember those who spend time reading European Commission, in particular, documents. In the early 2000s, there was a talk about European universities, European Union universities was meant, being captive in the hands of their national government. And there was language about the need to free universities from captivity in the hands of the state. But this is what is now tried, and this is what we appreciated, because if we are not captive in the hands of our national authorities, we have the freedom to do things that we wanted. I think I put this as a hypothesis. I haven't really done research, but this is what transnational would mean for us: freedom from our governments in terms of regulations and in terms of decision on strategic direction. What about funding? That's a different question. Of course, this is daring and difficult. What does it mean, transnational? Once again, I come from the UK. Where is the UK in the European University Initiatives at present? What does it mean for us in the UK that this will be is a transnational initiative? There are political issues. Governments are moderately happy to put it so. With the idea, there is ambivalence. There are technical difficulties. How do we do this in practice? And we can talk about moral questions. It was discussed about 2 tiers, those who are in, those who are. So this is a very daring, potentially transformative initiative, which comes with a lot of difficulties. And I very much appreciated Therese when we said, let's see how the baby will grow, because the baby is beautiful. This is a really inspirational initiative. There was a lot of discussions here about pedagogies, techniques, but I will make another challenge or provocative statement. There's almost nothing I heard today that couldn't be done in terms of programs, pedagogy, under the old idea of consortia, for example. So I don't think that the innovative character of this initiative comes with joint degrees, micro-credentials, and other things like that, or even new forms of cooperation, yes. But is it about new narratives? Sustainability. I mean, this is not new. It is not restricted to the alliances. And this was the question I asked earlier. Why are universities into it? Is it because of money? Because of funding? No, it isn't. I mean, without funding, we wouldn't have done it. But I was one of the founders of Civica, another European university. In the first years before the Horizon money came in, the average contribution of the EU Commission per institution per year was 200,000 euro. That's nothing. even for institutions that are not rich, you cannot transform higher education with 200,000. Now it's a lot more, and the overall budget, that the money that the EU is spending is not insignificant. I'm not saying that, but still, it's not because of money that universities join. Is it about prestige? Yes, perhaps, to some extent. Is it just some kind of contamination? If Vienna University did it, Vienna University of Economics should also do it. Is it perhaps about the possibility of doing things that we couldn't do otherwise? Maybe a lot of this. But I believe, and that's another hypothesis, this entire initiative is about the adherence to older, powerful principles, aspirations, and policy narratives that we share inside higher education. And I'll explain a little bit what I mean by that, and probably I should think about stopping with that. So we can also break it down by internal constituencies. Why are the staff embracing this? I don't pretend I know the answer, but it's not always like that. As I said earlier, academic staff, try to resist to that. Bologna, credits, something that we all work with at present. What is that? It will destroy quality of higher education. Why are students supporting the European University initiatives? Perhaps it's better to hear the answer from students themselves, and with enthusiasm, not just, oh yes, but really with enthusiasm that we have seen today, maybe because it brings some kind of hope, new hope, and I'm not using a pun from another film. But I promise that I will just illustrate a little bit with changing narratives. So there were very powerful policy narratives at work that were supportive for higher education from 1990, 99, 2000 until basically after the Great Recession. They have changed. So, we had the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Iron Curtain, that changed a lot what happened in international cooperation, right? What we have now, there is no new Iron Curtain, but there is an iron veil here and there. Think about cooperation with Russia, think about cooperation with China, think about, so it's not the same. Things have changed dramatically in international cooperation in higher education. There was the very strong Europeanization discourse, right? Policy narrative. Everybody was into that matter. Now that has changed, and the European project is at least stalled, if not reversed in some way. There was the idea of enlargement. I mean, who is talking seriously about enlargement? Then we had the Great Recession, which changed a lot. That's more a social, economic, and political development, not a narrative. COVID-19, which we don't talk about, but the aftermath is still here. Ascendance of populisms, we see in different parts of Europe, and that never goes with support for higher education. A populist government usually doesn't support this. There's the use of new technologies, which we also discuss a little bit. And then there are the narratives. I spoke about massification at the beginning, and that became a powerful way of thinking in Europe after the Second World War. But we see at present signs that it might not be supported by everybody as it used to be. And if I can go back to the UK for a moment, just months ago, the deputy head of the Bank of England said, well, people should realize that they are poor. If they are poor, they will stay poor, and higher education will not help with that. Or, more recently, I heard someone who used to work for OECD, so he was not speaking on behalf of OECD, saying, higher education has failed us. All these promises of individual and social emancipation were fake. It's not true. Even the human capital theory has not been tested. On the contrary, there's no salary premium coming with years of study, and people are forced through social determination mechanism to go to higher education, take a loan that they are never able to repay, and with a master they work at McDonald's. So forget about massification. Higher education is not for everybody, should not be for everyone. I'm not saying that this is the dominant discourse, but there is a new type of discourse that is coming up. And my point here is that we in the university should decide what we want to do with it. We should take a position, including as part of alliances, because funding will be influenced by this narrative. Then we had the knowledge society discourse, the economic competitiveness of a company, country is based on knowledge. Where is knowledge produced, transmits higher education and research. So it is good for a country, for the economy. If we want to be the most competitive in Europe, the Lisbon Declaration said we should build a knowledge society. In the world, we should build a knowledge society here. How? By reforming higher education. So invest in higher education, let women come into higher education, even minorities, because that combines with the neoliberal discourse. The size of the workforce, not only the quality matters, so we cannot compete with China, India, unless we let everybody work. So, there was a lot of good thing that was done for gender inclusiveness, which was not justified by moral considerations, but by instrumental considerations. But it was still good. It was positive. That is changing. We hear political leaders now saying, my former prime minister, he's still prime minister, but my former prime minister in Hungary, who said, Hungary cannot compete based on knowledge, can only compete based on manual labor, which doesn't make any sense. So, reduce investment in higher education. Higher education is a waste. Don't let young people go and spend their times in universities or actually in pubs because they don't. So that is changing as well in some quarters. Not everybody, not everywhere. And the European Commission has not changed it. There was talk about open society. Now there is a recourse to nationalism and authoritarianism. So, we have a choice, I believe, and I think the European University Initiative helps us to make the choice, but not by itself. And all the justifications of the European Union, the European Commission, are praiseworthy because they haven't abandoned the idea of Europeanization. This is a European initiative. They haven't abandoned the idea of knowledge society. They haven't abandoned the idea of democratization. So this is all there, while most national governments, or many national governments, are abandoning it in Europe and in other parts of the world. So the Commission does a remarkably good thing, but where I think there is a lack of something, it's on our side. Because we are given the blueprint, perhaps it's not even a blueprint, to be honest, it's the discourse. Do this and that. We design our work packages, and then we rush at the end of the period to report. But what is this really about? What are the paths that we want to take for the future? And I don't want to wait to end in a negative note, because I said everything is coming from the outside. And sometimes what is coming from the outside is actually good. But I need to say that there is agency inside universities. Universities as institutions, internal university constituencies, including students, have agency. And there is autonomy in Europe. We just have to revendicate and practice this autonomy, in particular what I call the autonomy of direction. Autonomy of deciding which way we go. So rather than implementing a plan, be it something that inspirational and good as this initiative, we should be part of defining the plan, and this is a way of exercising our responsibility to the society and to ourselves as individuals. Thank you very much.
So many thanks for those very thought-provoking ideas. So there might be some questions for the audience. I don't know if someone wants to react to some of the aspects that we've heard. I have a first question to start off, and it's related actually to how you finished and how you started.
Actually, I had something a lot nicer to finish. I think of this as a new adventure, as a matter of fact, and this is also from Hobbit, a little amended. I'm going on a new adventure with the European universities. Sorry.
No, but one of the first things that you mentioned is that actually the most transformative aspect happened outside of the university and through external factors. So how do you explain that? I mean, why is that so? Why is it perceived like that?
Well, this is a very good and heavy question. I think this has not always been like that, but in particular after the Second World War, I think the state, the government, public authorities is probably a better term to use, took a lot of Well, they cared a lot about higher education in general and about higher education. And it was not left to the university. So it became a political issue, very much a political issue from every government, from every public authority, something that they cannot not act upon. There is someone who has written, every recent president is a university president or prime minister, because they have to do something about higher education. And it has to do with the relevance of higher education for the economy, for the society, national identity building, not only in new countries, but even in all countries. You would remember it was during presidency of Monsieur Sarkozy, when the Grand Emprunt was the big loan was launched in France to borrow from the future, was what, 20 billion, doesn't sound like a lot of money, to invest in universities in order to make them competitive and help France assert its national identity in the world. So there were many considerations which made public authorities very, very present in higher education, and it's how higher education, public policy in general, and higher education policy in particular evolved.
Perhaps a follow-up question on that. Universities organize themselves much more in networks now, also to do some lobbying, whether it is at national level or at international level or at the EU level. Do you think that this changes something into making university also stronger agents because they're not just alone?
Yes, absolutely. So, because as you mentioned, I worked in different parts of the world, for example, in Myanmar between the last two military juntas. I think it is important to observe that a very important variable here is the type of political regime. If you are in a non-democratic political regime, it is very difficult to lobby. It doesn't matter where you form a coalition. When the person at the other end of the table, if there is a table, is called, I don't know, Goebbels, Erdogan, or Orban, as a university rector or alliance of universities, nothing you can discuss, frankly. But in reasonably democratic, purely democratic countries, this is possible, and we have seen examples everywhere, at the European level, at the national level. So one experience that fascinated me was, I think they still do this in Scotland, where the budgetary framework for a few years is obviously decided by the government, but as part of the decision, there is a paper presented by, how they are called, principals, the heads, chief executive officers of universities, which discuss priorities, recent developments, and there is a dialogue between the government and the university, and that's true. So the going together and lobbying, arguing matters, yeah, in these democratic circumstances. Yeah.
I don't know if there are other reactions. What you leave us here is ongoing thought-provoking remarks. I think this is something that we will take with us, not just Circle U, but also other alliances. And quite rightly, you made us look at that helicopter view also, not just to be looking in the Alliance initiative or the European Universities initiative, but beyond what was before, and how we use old narratives, but also create new ones. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, you're still there. And the final words are very important as well. So it is my pleasure now to introduce our next two speakers. So I will present them both together, and they're going to share their thoughts one after the other. The first person who's going to speak is Poek Willemoes. So she is a graduate student at Aarhus University. She studies anthropology and international studies. She's a founding member of the Circle U Union, student union, and she has been instrumental and very active from the very beginning as well. So she was awarded the Aarhus University International Student of the Year
2022, and I think that was very well deserved. We witnessed all your qualities. So thank you, Puk, for sharing your thoughts. And then just after Puk, we'll have Professor Bjorn Stansacker. You've already seen him. So he's professor also of higher education. So we have a lot of experts. We're very honored by your presence here to enlighten us. He's specialized in policy reform, governance, and organizational changes and developments in higher education. And he's currently the Vice Rector for Education at the University of Oslo, but also the Chair of the Management Board of Circle U. So thank you that you will also help us closing actually this day. But first, the word is to Puk. I don't know if you want a microphone on.
This one is still on. Wonderful. And it's really wonderful that so many people are still here in this late hour, I was almost about to say, and thank you so much for inviting me back. I'm an alumni that is, in other words, I'm a retired Circle U Student Union representative. And it's just so wonderful to be back at Circle U and the Circle U family. But that also means that sometimes family members come with witty comments about me being a historical person now. And I will take that with great responsibility. So, of course, for the closing remarks, I will try to give a historical perspective on the future of education and centering it on the student's position with this. When we created Circle U, and I would like to think that I was a part of that, we have used many metaphors to explain the process. And we have, of course, used often that we started with a sprint and now we're entering a marathon. But if we study our logo a little closer, we could also argue that we have a hurricane of ambitions and ideas that we're trying to maneuver. For the students, it has been a wonderful experience trying to find our footing in this crazy educational world. But it has also been very reliant on feeling trust and relationships towards the rest of the staff in Circle U. We have not been alone in this endeavor, but we have to find a common community within both students, but with staff and academics as well. When we tried to formulate why we're doing Circle U, of course we could say that was because Macron gave a very persuasive speech towards us. We could also say it was the European Commission that wanted a big project or revolution, if we have to pick the right words. But maybe it was also for the 9 universities and the 500,000 students that we're trying to do this. We did formulate a mission for our students and for our staff, and I will try to reflect if that is ambition, a mission, or a very appropriate one. But we wanted to empower our students and staff to mobilize knowledge for impact in order to make the world a better place. Nothing less. We wanted to make the world a better place with our students and staff. We could perhaps ask the question, why are we able to do that when we are simply universities that want to maybe work a little bit better together and make more than just an Erasmus+. But I think today we've actually seen a lot of wonderful examples of why that is actually possible for an organization like this. We've seen examples of seminars, of model UNs, of female entrepreneurships being facilitated by a collaboration like this. And I think what we need to take away from this when we're asking, is the activities diverse enough? Are there enough? Are we including enough people? We have to simply remember that these activities, there are no one-size-fits-all, as Alan said, but it's also about sharing experiences, not just activities. Having this communal experience together can perhaps make this world a better place by creating a common understanding of both each other, but also the world that we want to change. And with that being said, we're entering a new phase. We are finishing the pilot, and we want to somehow find even more activities and more purpose for an organization like this. And we, of course, touched a little bit upon utilizing and inviting more students into our work. And I think one of the questions we had earlier on, I can't help but reflect upon it, but are our students equipped to working with us? And I will have to say, yes, they are, because we have exceptional students. But they don't come from the same backgrounds. And of course, we have a wonderful example of us creating Circle U Student Union, but it was the most ambitious and resourceful students doing this. And we're still struggling sometimes, and we're still relying on the help from both staff and academics to continue our work. So if we want to co-create with students, we also have to take on the responsibility of working with students and accepting where they come from and invite them in. So I will have to say that the students are equipped, but perhaps the ball is in your court for this. And then finally, just very briefly, let's remember that when we are creating a project like this, it is not a simple activity or joint degree or that we call ourselves Circle U that makes this a transformative experience in higher education. It is the fact that we are sharing experiences together. So let's make Circle U about both utility and quality and make it relevant but inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you could see, I'm very much involved in Circle U, and I love being involved in Circle U. But I'm also a higher education researcher, as Dana pointed out in her introduction. So I thought, I've been sitting here today with two hats on and off. So sometimes I feel that I'm on field work, taking notes, and I need this. This would be interesting. And on the other hand, I feel that this is something that we should take on to the management board. So what I've heard today is there are elements I've heard here that link very well up to what we know from higher education research on policy successes and how we actually can accomplish things. So I will try to translate it in three basic messages. I think we started out, how can we, the question is, how can we generate success with European universities? So I'm going to mention three factors. These are not the only three factors. There are several others that could be potential, but I think these are three factors that actually matters. The first is based on the question, how do you make a top-down project a success? Because top-down projects are basically bound to fail. That's the lesson from a lot of research. That's why policy implementation fails. Even if it comes from the outside, as Liviu argued, we see that if it's too top-down, it will actually fail. At the same time, we saw today very interesting, we had presentations from Manja on agency, and that has to do with the mode of implementation. Because if we are creating top-down initiatives that are allowing people to, find freedom, find autonomy, well, then we are talking about something else. Then we can see that our brilliant academic chairs will actually find space. They will find each other. They will generate new ideas. And that gives us, in the management board, also a quite we need to be a bit restrictive in how detailed we want, of course we have strategic plans. We want to make the Circle U and we want to make the world a better place, right? Of course, but we can't define it in detail. We have to trust the academic way of doing things. Then you will have agency. Then you will have agency from students, and you will have agency coming from academic staff. Second point, and that is that if we are to succeed, alliances have to offer something that we could not do otherwise. There has to be an added value. Why should we, again, as Liviu pointed out, why should we form these kind of alliances then? We also heard today Vincent started out, the rector from UC Louvain started out, and he's been there from the beginning. Also talk about the need for multidisciplinary approaches. And I think I'm not going to talk about multidisciplinarity now, but it's kind of interesting that I see a very interesting potential for universities in actually modernizing our universities. Because we've talked about interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity for 30 years. But if we look at our universities, we are mostly organized according to disciplines still. So it's kind of an interesting that we again, coming back to Liviu's point about we need some external push from time to time. Okay, how can some of the things that we are doing in Circle U, how can that be manifested into our internal ways of organizing? But then we have to distinguish between alliances, and this is the point that Kevin had made again and again. We need to distinguish between alliances being some kind of a project that we are doing for the European Commission. We're not doing this for the European Commission. We are doing this for other purposes. And sometimes we are even doing it for ourselves. Because at least in Circle U, we talk about it as not as a project, but as an alliance. Because we want something else out of it. And that also has to do with modernization of our ways of doing things as universities. Finally, I think mutual learning is a super important factor. What is unique about university alliances is that they bring the academic village, the citizens of the academic village together in an unprecedented way. Several have mentioned that there are other forms of collaboration and basically what's new about university alliances? Well, the new thing about university alliances is that for the first time you have the institutional leadership involved, you have academic staff involved, you have students involved, and you have the administration involved as well. Show me similar type of collaborations that have the same type of involvement. And I think that is a potential success factor. And that can also be the reason why we can potentially fail spectacularly. If we are not allowing all the groups of the citizens of our university, the citizens of Circle U, the citizens of European University Initiative, they need to come together, and we need to make them being part of this big change process that we are going through. So these are the three messages. We need to find a balance here between exploration and exploitation. Yeah, we talk often about trust, but a key ingredient is trust, is that you feel that you engaged with someone and you could give, and academics and students, we are giving people. We are kind, but at some point, we also want to receive something. We want to receive new knowledge. We want to work in new ways. So we need to find that balance, and the alliances, they need to cater for that balance if they are to succeed in the future. It's been a long day. I will stop here. Thanks so much to Ussel Louvain for organizing this on behalf of Circle U. Thanks so much. We close the chapter today with the pilot project. We open a new chapter in a few days with the second, how can I put it? The second, our next life, I think. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Puk, and thank you, Bjorn, for those closing words. Please bear with me just a few more minutes, because there are two people that I would like to thank today. They have been in the shadows for 2 days. They've been paying attention to every single detail. I say it really, every single detail, so that we can have like a smooth discussion, smoothly go from one session to the other. So please, can we give a big round of applause of, first I will name them, and please they should stand up. So I see in front of me Anna Quici, and where is Ellie? Where is Ellie? People should not stay in the shadow all the time. So really, on behalf of everybody, I'm so proud because they work with me. But they've done a fantastic job, so thank you. The success of these 2 days of reflection is also thanks to all what you've done, so thank you very much. Again. And then my thanks are, of course, also to all those who have contributed through their speeches, as moderators, as panelists, and also in the audience, and also over the coffee breaks, because the discussions have also continued there. It's not an end of anything, in fact. It's a transition, and we have a bright future in front of us. So have all a safe trip back, and let's meet again to continue the discussions.